Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, House Rule 13-2B states that tonight at 6 p.m. is the last time for introductions. Do you understand what that means? The more time we take, the less introductions we'll have. 6 p.m. is going to come, by my calculations, in a few hours. So whatever's left on introduction stays there by this Rules 13-2-B. So my suggestion is let's hurry through this so we can get some more introductions. If you still have a bill on the list for introductions, we have a vested interest here. I want you to be successful. I want you to be able to get your bill so it can be heard. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, the Committee of the Whole will please come to order. We are continuing with the explanation of the budget bill, House Bill number 1. Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, at this time, I bring you Section 91, the Wyoming Stable Token Commission. And we're going to go through it. It's not large, but it is a conversation that needs to be had. So I'm going to be talking about not only the Stable Token Commission Agency Section 91, but I'm also going to be talking about the 319 section as well, because they kind of correlate with each other. So I need you guys to open up to the status report on page 38, but then I'm also going to have you jump into, and I'll get you a page number. I apologize real quick. I know 6 o'clock is coming quick. Okay, it's going to be page 127 of your budget bill. And we're going to talk real quick about what this, the changes that we made. So, how many people are aware that we now officially have a Wyoming Stable Token? That went live this last month. We got to see that become reality. It would have been, I think, the first week of January, roughly, right in that timetable. Kind of a couple things they worked out, but it is now active. People are purchasing and trading in Wyoming Stable Token. With that, the initial investment into the Wyoming Stable Token was a $5.8 million investment, with the understanding that they would pay it back through the proceeds of the Stable Token income. So what we did is, if you look at our number 1, JAC denied the governor's rec of $8,098,315 of the Stable Token Commission's budget request, page 13. Line 2, and I'll get to this, so hang on. Line 2, JAC adopted the governor's rec to carry forward the unobligated balance of the 25-26 funds of the Stable Token Commission. JAC adopted the governor's rec to authorize 6 at-will employee contracts, AWAC positions, and added footnotes. And then also on number 4, we reduced the 7,456 to remove funding for the 300 series cost allocations for the standard budget. So you might sit there and go, wait a second, you didn't give them a budget. Well, what we did is this. We shifted a little bit, because one of the struggles that we've had is we've been told a long time, we're going to get a stable token, we're going to get a stable token, we're going to get a stable token. When we started hearing the budget agency reports, we were told, oh, we'll have a stable token is going to launch any day now. And this is something we've been hearing. And so what we did is we shifted this conversation a little bit. And if you go to page 127 in the budget bill, you're going to see the footnote for the Wyoming Stable Token. It's 40-31106. And in there, you're going to see the old language, but then you're going to see some new language. That new language is giving the opportunity for the Stable Token Commission to do a number of things. One, carry over their current funds from this last biennium. And so those current funds are $3.8 million. They have up to this point spent 2.2. They'll have 3.8 currently. We also gave them the authority to take up to $8 million of the proceeds from their stable token before they're statutorily obligated to pay back the 5.8 original and then the 8.8. So we're giving them the opportunity, 3.8. We gave them the positions they asked for. We said, you've got your feet underneath you. We're giving you the opportunity to make this reality. They're already showing income on those accounts. And so what we did is instead of giving them that 8.8 of general fund money, we said, you guys are paying to play, and that's an amazing, and you can take the funds off of that. So we did not give them an open door because, as the good representative just told me, don't do that. They could get a downhill run, and we don't want that to take place. So there's those very firm guidelines of the $8 million that they had requested. We moved forward their other funds and gave them the opportunity to do what they have asked to do. And so with that, I would stand for any questions on the Wyoming Stable Token Commission, and then we will not do the 300 series right now, but I just wanted to reference the 300 series for context. So just speaking on section 91, any questions?
Minority Floor Leader Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So for the good members in committee number one, okay, you're allowing them to use the funds that that is incoming from the revenue of the stable tokens that they've placed in. So we buy treasury bonds with the money that people buy stable tokens with, and then we get interest off those treasury bonds. I guess $8 million is a lot to say that we literally just launched it and we're trying to pay $8 million with interest from what we launched. Do you think that they have the ability to generate $8 million in interest? Because I'm worried that if they don't, then we're going to hamstring them. They're never going to be able to hire people if they don't have that money. And so if they don't have that money, can we still allow them to, because I think what we did last time is we actually lent them money from the general fund. Maybe could we have some flex ability to lend them money and up to that 8 million, except they use the money from the income first.
Chairman Bear. I'll take it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to be clear, we granted them $5.8 million of general funds last budget, and they have used $2 million of that. So if you look at note 2, we're allowing them to take the 3.8 that still remains and use that. They have told us that that will take them well into this biennium, maybe through the biennium. They certainly want to grow and get some marketing people on board. We've authorized that here, and they're going to need to make it work pretty soon, but they've got about 18 months before they really have to see any revenue. And as the good Speaker Pro Tem said, they're already starting to see some revenue come in.
Representative Harrelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to reiterate that, if we would have said, we do not bring your carry forward from your last biennium's funding, I would absolutely agree with you. That would put them into a very tight spot because they're not going to generate that type of money right out of the gate. But with them having a buffer of almost $4 million, $3.8 million, of which in the last 2 years, they've only spent $2 million. And that was to build the entire subsystem of this stable token. We felt that very clearly they had the opportunity, and they testified that 3.8 would carry them, not full 24 months at current rates with the new 6 AWACS, but that would take care of them. So really at the end of the day, if it's a situation 1 year from now in the supplemental, the stable token has not done what all of us anticipate it can do and what they've said it will do, then that can be readjusted so that they have enough carryover for the next year. But at the end of the day, there is $3.8 million that they're going to receive or keep in their general funds, which will have to be paid back down the road. But we've offset the forgiveness of that return payment for the $5 million. And we are saying at this point that they can pull up to 8 million before they are statutorily obligated to do the payback.
Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So does any member from committee number 1 know how many stable token we need to circulate for us to get the return that is necessary for 18 months from now, assuming it is a runway for 18 months, assuming that number of 18 months is accurate? How many do they need to have in circulation by then for them to keep up and not have to fire staff after 18 months?
Mr. Chairman?
Representative Haroldson.
Mr. Chairman, so they did not say exactly the amount, but I will say in their testimony, their anticipation was in the next couple biennium, potentially billions of dollars of income for the state. So I may not know the exact number, but if they say in the next couple biennium, billions of dollars of income to the state, first of all, let it be so, when we would love to see that become reality, right? That would be amazing. That would fix a lot of problems that we're having conversations on. But I think there's a point too where there's an incentive built in for their system to work when they realize that they have some skin in the game. And I believe that was a big part of the decision-making process to say, yeah, we'll do your carry forward, but we also want you to have some skin in the game where the success of this will impact your guys' future success.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, absent any objections, section 91 is closed. Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For an explanation of agency number 96, State Budget Department, I will have you turn to page 38 of your status report and page 66 of your budget bill, and I will give an explanation. Note number 1, JAC adopted governor's rec of $15,120 general fund for IBAR's maintenance. Number 2, JAC adopted the governor's rec for $21,600 for IBAR's hosting. These are programs that are used for both budget preparation and the CREG, where we're calculating our forecasted revenues. JAC gave the governor's rec, adopted the governor's rec of $458,000 general funds, of which $94,000 is one time for a statewide cost allocation automation. So right now, this agency manages to ensure that if we have a person working between two agencies or working in a different agency for A&I, those types of things where we're centralizing some of our common functions, they make sure that everything is cost allocated back out to the agency that's receiving the service, and this system will help automate that. Number 4, JAC adopted governor's recommendation $41,000 for an enterprise natural gas intelligence license. Again, this is a program that helps CREG to forecast natural gas prices. JAC adopted the governor's rec of $35,000 for federal fund information for state subscription. And that has to do with our new grants management office and ensuring that we have all of the information available for providing those grant opportunities to both the public and our agencies. Number 6, JAC adopted the governor's rec and added footnote number 1 to continue existing at-will employee contract positions associated with the ARPA state and local fiscal recovery fund. So this is just taking it beyond the end of the biennium, which is June 30th, and it's extending these employees to December 31st. The reason is the federal budget ends on December 31st, and all of those ARPA funds need to be dealt with. There is some language there allowing them to go on beyond that if necessary to manage reports to the federal government. Number 7 is a TRP request. Number 8, JAC denied governor's rec for 2 full-time equivalent employees, and those you'll see were actually added in note number 10, which I mentioned earlier today, coming from vacant positions over at the Department of Corrections. Moving on that same note, number 8, We did adopt the governor's recommendation for $4.5 million for the Grants Management Office. And this is to get that office going well beyond what they're doing just as a sort of a side job right now. They're having a huge impact on agencies being able to access all kinds of different grants as well as the public. And they're doing that without any personnel at this point. And then number 9 is another TRP report. And number 10, I mentioned those are the 2 positions that we denied up above, and we did provide them, just moving those positions over from vacancies. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Any discussion? Representative Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm curious about the process of taking Department of Correction employees and transferring them to a whole nother agency like this. I've never seen that before. And so I'm just, what's the logic of it? Why wouldn't you just create 2 new employees and terminate 2 employees in the corrections department? I don't understand what the purpose of a transfer is. Are you trying to change the number of employees or not add employees? Just what's the logic of it?
Chairman Bear?
Good question. The logic of it is actually, yes, to not add more employees to state government, but this has happened before. The chief executive himself did this in our charter school authorizing board without our authorization a couple of years ago. And so it has happened before. That's one example. I probably could give you a few more if I had time to look them up.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Any further discussion? All right, absent any objections, section 96 is closed. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring you section 098, Office of Guardian Ad Litem, page 39 of your status report and page 64 of your budget. Just a little bit of information about this agency of 9 employees. In the last year, they represented 2,300 juveniles. Let that sink in. So there's 2,300 cases, and that's with their 9 FTEs and 17 contracted attorneys around the state. This department, footnote number 1, basically is taking 1 FTE out of the agency and moving it over to the division that handles human resources and finances. So they just feel like it's a little bit better efficiency, and I stand for questions.
Any discussion? Seeing none, absent any objections, section 98 is closed. Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Folks, I bring you section 101, which is the Supreme Court. But before I do, I just wanted to comment on the red jacket. I too am not real fond of it, but I have discovered a serendipitous benefit. If I stand out in front of a hotel, people come up and give me their cars. Supreme Court can be found on, well, not the court, can be found on page 69 of your budget bill and page 40 of your cheat sheet SR. Page 40, there are 15 notes there, but they move through rather rapidly. The first 2, we adopted the court's recommendation. Remember that they are a separate branch of government, and therefore they make their own recommendation, which also comes into play with TRP requests. We had to handle these specifically. So we adopted the court's recommendation for 5 full-time employee positions, decreased 1 part-time. Basically, they're shuffling. If you look down at items 4, 5, 6, and 7, that's the credit to the debit, if you will. So they're moving positions around. This is the administrative office of the courts. They think they have a more efficient and transparent way to operate. They've asked to do that. We see no reason to interfere with what they probably know best. Number 3, JAC adopted the court's recommendation. And there's a footnote on page 169. They had a bunch of aging copiers and they didn't have the money in the right place for the right division. So they've got copiers over here. They've got money. We just had to move the money so that they could replace the copiers. That's what we did. Item number 8, adopted the court's recommendation of 2 million plus general funds for Microsoft enterprise agreements. Obviously software, we're taking care of them there. Items 9 and 14 are related. JAC denied the court's recommendation to increase 13 full-time equivalent and change the funding source. And then the credit to the debit is found on 14. Basically what happened here is there's an account called the JSA. And this is what the court uses for its technology. And at some point, these positions were funded out of that account, and they've been going there for a while, and that account is depleting faster than even we would necessarily like. Right now, that balance sits at $11,452,221. It is good well into the next biennium. But as we spoke earlier, and the reason for our wearing these red jackets, the LSO has given us a check engine light. And so we're going to be cautious. And before we move that back to the general fund, we want to know exactly where we're at, coming out of calibration, coming out of the other issues that we've already discussed before. So that is the reason that we denied that. Item 10. We adopted the court's recommendation of $775,000 general funds for some security equipment. Explanation of that is on their budget request page, which is SC 54. JAC adopted the court's contingent recommendation that $1,258,000 general funds for appellate case management system. This is more software. It's an upgrade. And the old system that they had, they bought it one time and they had a perpetual license agreement. Now that they want to upgrade it, it goes to a subscription. And we're seeing that a lot across the TRP, across the entire enterprise. Item 12, JAC adopted the court's recommendation of $210,000 for Microsoft Unified Support, more TRP. We adopted the court's recommendation of $56,000 for IT-related inflation increases, more of the same. The last item here is item number 15. We adopted the court's recommendation of $1,600,289 special funds, one time for equipment replacement, and this is more IT hardware. That explanation is found on their budget request, page 58. With that, I will stand for questions.
Representative Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just going back to footnote 9 and 14. So my recollection is that the GSA account has to do with fees that they charge for filings. And the thought was that they would be self-sustaining for part of like their additional employees based using those fees that they collect. So are there less filings, so they're having less money to fill those positions? And have you approached the idea of increasing the filing fees to help, or do they have the ability to increase those filing fees themselves from like $70 to $75 or $80 in order to increase their revenues to fill that gap of the depletion of that JSA account?
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess to answer that, number one, most of us have an aversion to raising fees, period. So that kind of rubs against the grain. But the factor is here is that the only reason it's depleting too quickly is that it's paying for things that technically it probably shouldn't. And so we will correct that. We'll restore whatever that is. But again, we're tapping the brakes on overextending ourselves when we don't know what it is we're facing with these other issues, such as recalibration. Any other questions?
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, absent any objection, section 101 is closed. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring you section 102. This is the Board of Law Examiners. For an explanation of the agency, you can look on page 41 of your status report or page 70 of your budget bill. The Wyoming Board of Law Examiners, operating under the Wyoming Supreme Court, regulates admission to the state's legal profession. It investigates applications, qualifications, and character, administers the bar exam, and recommends candidates for licensure to the Supreme Court. The major action that your committee took on this was a reduction in special revenue to cover cost increases, to hire an expert to evaluate whether testing accommodations are legitimate. By law, an accommodation must be made for test takers with a disability. We did, however, approve out of the $25,000 requested, we did approve $2,000 for testing materials. And with that, Mr. Chairman, unless there are further questions,
Any
I
further
will
questions?
pause.
Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you please explain why 2,000 instead of the 23,000? And then what are the consequences if we don't provide this sort of accommodation for folks under the ADA? Thank you.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great question. So we looked into this thinking, why do people need to have these accommodations for a bar exam? And just sounded kind of interesting, but there is becoming more and more demand for extended hours to take the test and those types of things. So the request was that they would be able to fund the types of doctors that would confirm that the student needed that to be able to take the exam. And what we found out with this investigation was that according to the American Disabilities Act, those people who have those requirements actually through ADA have the ability to have their doctors provide that proof. So there's really no need for the agency to determine that. They can take the proof that the examinee should be providing. So the need for this, we think, is unnecessary based on the Americans with Disabilities Act. And the other, the amount that is remaining has to do with, again, remind me of some sort of product. Testing materials was what the 2,000 that remained.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Absent any objection, section 102 is closed. Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring you section 103, the Commission on Judicial Conduct and Ethics. You'll find this on page 41 of your SR and on page 70 of your budget book. Should be pretty straightforward. Note number 1, the JAC adopted the governor's rec of $500 general funds for WordPerfect 2021 and added the footnote limiting the purchase to 1 year. This became kind of an interesting discussion in appropriations. We have a particular employee in this section that is going to retire within the next couple of years. And her entire life, she has used WordPerfect. It might be the only subscription in the entire enterprise, but we accommodated said person, and I hope that her retirement is blessed. Note number 2, we decreased the governor's rec because of TRP. So we have discussed that as well in the past. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, absent any objection, section 102 is closed. Representative Pendergraft.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. You will find section 151 on page 51. We remember we had a kind of a end block, got through a bunch of the courts. So if you turn to page 51 in your SR or page 82 in your budget book, excuse me, page 41. I had an error there. Give me a moment. I seem to have confused my notes. Okay, 151, you will find on page 50 of your SR. I apologize for the confusion. I believe you'll find it on page 82 or very close to there on your budget book. District Attorney, Judicial District Number 1, JAC adopted the governor's rec. This is for some high-intensity drug trafficking area. This is a new position. Excuse me. I'm conflating things again. JAC adopted the governor's rec, a net zero. We're moving people around. 82,000 general funds and 82,000 federal funds to change a portion of the funding source for the high-intensity drug traffic area. Note number 2, we adopted the governor's rec, 35,470, went from general funds and some federal funds to change the position of the funding source of the Victims of Crime Act grant from the federal funds to the general funds. Item 3, JAC decreased the governor's recommendation of 109,000 general funds, and this is also TRP, which we have discussed prior. Are there any questions?
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing absent any objection, section 151 is closed. Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you. Section 157 found on page 51 of your SR and page 82 of your budget. JAC adopted the governor's recommendation, general funds for FTE. This is the one I was conflating it with. You'll see notes 2 and 3 are very similar. We are adding staff. We have 2 attorneys and a legal assistant being added to this judicial district, which is in the center part of the state. They have noticed a significant increase in caseload and have asked for more help, and we agreed that they needed it. The following note 4 is a TRP adjustment. Any questions on section 157?
Chairman Washut.
I just wanted to make sure, does this match up with what we had in last year's supplemental budget for this office in terms of 2 attorneys and a legal assistant?
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Be honest, I cannot tell you what was in last year's budget. We can certainly look into that. Other questions?
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, absent any objections, section 157 is closed. Representative Pendergraft.
Last one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Section 160, County and Prosecuting Attorneys, found on page 51 of your SR, found on page 83 of your budget. Item number 1, JAC adopted the governor's rec for county and prosecuting attorneys, and you can find an explanation of that on page 183, or excuse me, page 83. There's information there. The second item was motion that was brought in. I want to back up and give you a little bit of history. County and prosecuting attorneys are paid by the counties, but they're supplemented by statute with monies from the state. So the state says for this position, we'll give $50,000. For this position, we'll give $30,000. And those statutes are about 17 years old. And as you can imagine, when you translate that to today, doesn't necessarily add up. We've had some significant inflation in the last 17 years. And so counties have been having to make up the difference there. So what we did was we added $3 million to this fund to boost the monies available to the counties to pay their county attorneys, to pay their prosecuting attorneys. And then there is a bill in the works that will be worked through the interim that will try to build an escalator into this so that they can be paid commensurate with other positions around government. And it will be built in with inflation so that we don't have to revisit this every few years and reset it. You may have one opinion or another on that bill, that's fine. But it was the position of the JAC that the counties were underfunded for these. So we gave them the $3 million. It's explained in detail inside the budget. It'll tell you where the money's going. And there's also a footnote in there that says that the counties have to spend this money on these departments. They're not allowed to spend it anywhere else. Any questions?
Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it looks like we added $3 million for prosecutors, and I'm wondering why we're not supplementing funding for a public defender's office who is facing a constitutional crisis for not providing adequate defense counsel right now.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the answer to that is that the prosecuting attorneys are the ones that brought the issue to me. And I responded to them.
Representative Nicholas.
Thank you.
Blended in there.
Mr. Chairman. So my question is, it looks like at the $3 million, part of it, 460 goes to just the county attorneys, and then 1 million to the assistant county attorneys. But then it says distribute proportionately. So that means, does every county get the same amount of money? Or does it does it based upon workload? You know, because there's huge differences between counties on workload and the need for the number of attorneys. And so I'm just curious how you came up with who gets what.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you for the question. And that's part of what we're trying to work out probably through the interim to set this up. What we did here simply was add 3 million and ask the LSO to figure the difference in the exact same proportions as the 50 and 30 by statute were given. And these are the numbers that came out.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Absent any objection, section 157 is closed. And folks, before we proceed, I have 2 announcements for you. All second reading amendments are due at the end of committee of the whole action on House Bill 1. And secondly, sponsors can approve their amendments between now and 10 a.m. Monday morning. And with that, oh, I'm sorry, absent any objections, section 160 is closed. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring you section 205, education, school finance. So you can look on page 52 of your summary sheet or page 84 of the budget bill for this section. I want to make a quick note here. This is agency 205. I'm also going to present you agency 206. I'm going to describe both of those to you together. The Wyoming Department of Education consists of Agency 205. This is Education, School Finance. And then Agency 206, Department of Education. So they sound pretty similar. One is the agency, and then one is how our schools are funded. Combined, these budgets total approximately $2.5 billion. Out of that, 98% of the budget provides funding that flows directly to the public schools in our communities. That's over 48 school districts and currently three state authorized charter schools and other educational providers. The other 2% of funds are for administrative support and oversight of the state and federal programs that support public education. So specific to Agency 205, so think about the administrative side of it. Keep in mind, this was prepared outside of and prior to the recalibration bill. So there's no ECA in here, there's no recalibration money in here. Okay. So your JAC adopted governor's rec for this, which includes an entitlement payment recapture. So we accepted and adopted a reduction of $208 million in special revenue coming into the Public School Foundation Program account. This is lower than anticipated revenue due to property tax reductions and changes in Craig's revenue forecast. The next thing we adopted governor's rec on was $34 million from the Public School Foundation Program account. This is used to reimburse school districts for allowable special education expenses. The next was $4.6 million from the Public School Foundation Program account for the state's estimated share of retirement reimbursement obligations. We also adopted Superintendent's Letter number 4. This is a reduction of $24.2 million. This is due to a decrease in enrollment in our K through 12 systems. It's about a 2.78% decrease in enrollment. And so the projected calculation for entitlement payments, again, was decreased by $18.8 million. So that total amount will go back to the Public School Foundation Program account. The second decrease that we adopted, again, because of declining enrollment, was a negative $5.4 million. This was less than projected in special education reimbursement payments. Mr. Chairman, unless there are further questions, that can.
Any discussion? Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did want to add a note on this. When we had the superintendent in front of us testifying, that 2.8% is due to the decreasing in birth rates. They have less kindergartners going into school. So that is a trend all over the nation. It's a trend all over the world. You can go look at every country is down 1.2, 1.6. And families, we need more babies. That's what we need.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Absent any objection, section 205 is closed. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to my good colleague for providing that context. And that is an important thing to consider as we look at the budget. So section 206, this is the Wyoming Department of Education. You can find this on page 53 of your status report or page 85 of your budget bill. What you'll see in this agency was a restructuring of the organizational chart. This was done to create efficiencies. So there was a review of the various positions and teams across this department, and that review identified several net to zero organizational adjustments that improved efficiencies. And those efficiencies then trickle down and into our school districts. The services they receive are delivered more efficiently. So this included merging teams with similar initiatives into the same division. There are no increased costs in this reorganization. If anybody's interested, I do have that org or flow chart on my desk that you're welcome to look at. So I'm going to group all of these together. So you're going to see in your status report, notes number 1, 4, 7, and 9, 10, 11, 15 and 16, 17 and 18 all reflect that internal unit transfers or the reorganization of the department. Again, there is a net to zero, no increased cost in that move. So in addition to agreeing with that reorganization, we adopted the superintendent's letter number 3. So following the retirement of a chief level executive last year, the position was changed to a lower paid classification. This allowed the agency to establish a state-funded literacy and early childhood supervisor. This result in the change in classifications resulted in a $25,000 reduction in general funds. Everything on your status report that you see in your notes that are black, again, folks, those are things that your JAC adopted in concurrence with the governor. I'm not going to read those to you. I'm going to move on to what we added in terms of funding and footnotes. You can find footnote number 1 on page 85 of your budget bill. This provides the expectation that when and if the Wyoming charter school position is open or vacant, the position will be reviewed and reclassified to align with executive level positions within the agency. This will be done with feedback from the agency and our the Department of A&I, who oversees our human resources. Footnote number 2, still in your budget bill, this is page 86, provides $50,000 for the farm to school program. It covers 50% of the processing costs when livestock is donated. So if somebody says, here is a cow I would like to give to my local school district, moo is right, thank you. Go Wyoming beef. The school district can use this program to cover 50% of the funds for school meals. The district themselves would be responsible for the remaining 50%. So the last thing we did in this agency is we denied the superintendent's letter number 1. This addressed a request for budget authority for the $30 million in general funds that we have previously allocated for the Steamboat Legacy Scholarship. The committee and governor decided to wait until the injunction got lifted to utilize these funds. Mr. Chairman, are there any questions?
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, absent any objection, section 206 is closed. Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for an explanation of section 211, Board of Equalization. I'll have you turn to page 54 of your status report and 87 of your budget bill. Everything was pretty well squared away in this agency, so we simply accepted the governor's request of $72,669 in general funds for board members' pay adjustments. And with that, I'll stand for any questions on this agency.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, absent any objection, section 211 is closed. Representative Bear, Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For an explanation of Agency 220, Environmental Quality Council, please turn to page 54, which you should already be there. on your status report and still on 87 of your budget. And on this one, the first note is that we have a TRP, and then that's also the case on note number 4. So note number 2, JAC denied governor's rec of $20,000 for office and administrative hearings referral cases. So sometimes this agency has some complex cases, and the people who are administering these are lay people when it comes to how to run a hearing, if you will. And so the agency has been providing people to cover that, and we denied that and just anticipate them continuing on in the process that they're going. For those who are interested in what they're really looking for, this request would have covered 2 referrals where they brought in a hearing expert per year for 4 hearings at $5,000 each. Note number 3, the JAC denied governor's recommendation of $9,228 for one time for cameras. And these are cameras that they wanted to have in their meetings, much like we have in here, that they focus on wherever the microphone is being used. And so we denied that and said they can continue on as they are for this at this time, but that was a policy decision. We'll stand for questions on this agency.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, absent any objection, Section 220 is closed. Representative Sherwood.
Section 270, Office of Administrative Hearings. Mr. Chairman, for this agency, refer to page 55 on your status report and page 88 of your budget bill. The Wyoming Office of Administrative Hearings is charged with conducting fair and impartial contested case hearings between Wyoming's residents, guests, and business entities, and Wyoming's governmental agencies. You'll see that the JAC denied the governor's rec for $8,636 of special revenue from hearing fees for software and license renewals. And Mr. Chairman, I will stand for questions.
Any questions? Any discussion? Seeing none, absent any objection, Section 270 is closed. Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Everybody, we doing all right? We're now getting ready to go into the 300 section. This is the very end of your budget. This is where many of the footnotes and descriptors are in the budget. And so I'm going to ask you to turn to page 67 and 68, this very last page of your status report. And then on your budget, this first 300 note is on page 103. So we're on page 103 of the budget and the very last page of your status report. And now it's going to go fairly quickly as far as flipping pages, because on the status report, all the rest of them are on this page. And I'll start at the top. JAC on section 300 denied the governor's recommendation for $125 million in general funds to transfer to the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund. This is the savings that was mentioned in the governor's budget. And also the next one down, JAC denied the governor's recommendation of $125 million in general fund transfer to the Common School Permanent Land Fund, so the other half of the savings. As an alternative, JAC directed the state auditor to transfer $138,974,688 from the SIPA account, that's the Strategic Investments and Projects account, to the general fund. That is where we are funding our CapCon bill, both of those CapCon bills. That's why that money was transferred there. And 300C, JAC directed the state auditor to transfer $44 million from the general fund to the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account. As I mentioned in my opening dialogue and in a question earlier today or earlier yesterday, 44 million is the savings that we are sitting at right now. And that has to do with that SIPA account and the CapCon bill. So hopefully that explained that well enough, but I'll stand for questions on section 300.
Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So to the members of Good Committee Number 1, I guess, what do we generally leave the LISRA at after our budget balancers and our budget bills? And because, I mean, you basically are saying you're moving 240 million plus 138 million, so it's going to be $500 million that we're putting in the LISRA. Why are we putting it in the LISRA instead of permanent savings, I guess?
Chairman Bear?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the question. So really, we're not putting that because that was the governor's recommendation, because he had access to those SIPA funds for the construction, and we didn't. We had to move them to the general funds. We're only putting 44 million into the LISRA at this point. So why did we do it? We wanted to have as many funds as possible available for this body if we get into trouble with this deficit coming that is going to be on that forecast that'll be on your desk on Tuesday. But if you take a look at your goldenrod, which you had in your mailbox, the question was really phrased in a way of how much do we keep in the LISRA. We have, at the end of the last session, our general session, we were about $1.3 billion in there. And currently, if you look at your goldenrod, you'll see that it's about 1.5 billion based on the actions that we've taken so far in this body and across the hall.
Any further discussion? Representative Filer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And maybe this was already answered or not, but on that first line where the JC denied governor's letter number 1 for the 125 million in general fund to go into the permanent mineral trust fund. So is that money still out there right now, or are we moving that into something else? And what is the reason why, if after we do our budget, if that money is left over, why wouldn't we put it in the permanent mineral trust fund? I need a pretty good reason for that. I like to say for the future for our kids there.
Chairman Bear?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just repeat it. That money is going toward our CapCon bills, 2 CapCon bills, one for K through 12 and one for state capital construction, which has our VA hospital in it. That's where that money is going.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, absent any objection, section 300 is closed. Oh. $300 is closed. Representative Haroldson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So now we are going to be going on to section 301. You're going to find this on page 67 of your bill status report. But this is actually going to be much more in depth in your actual budget bill. So you're going to find 301 starting on page 103 going into 104. And so I would recommend to follow along on the 300 sections in the budget bill. So what this is this is a borrowing authority for, and you see it kind of in that subsection B, the governor is authorizing the borrow from the legislative stabilization reserve account up to $30 million as necessary to meet funding requirements to fight wildfires in the event the reserve funds in the Office of State Lands and Investments Forestry Division have been exhausted. Little history, it's never had to be tapped, but areas where we may see this. 1, a really bad fire year could trigger this. Or 2, a really bad fire year and a government shutdown on a federal level could trigger this. So this is in essence a safety net that is placed with the state to be able to handle unknown expenses in the realm of wildland fires through OSLI. And with that, I'd stand for any questions.
Any questions? Any further discussion? Seeing none, absent any objection, section 301 is closed. Representative Haroldson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So now I bring you guys section 302. Again, you'll find this page 67 of your status report and page 104 of your budget bill. So this subsection 302 was placed in conjunction with a conversation that came out of my district, actually. So I have the opportunity and the blessing of having our National Guard camp in my community. And so because of that, we have the ranges where they do some of their heavier shelling. And a couple years back, on a dry year, we had a fire start on one of our ranges that came off of their property and went onto private property. And it ended up burning quite a bit of private property. And it was a bad deal. It was a deal. It actually got me, that's the reason I'm in wildland fire right now, is because of this incident that happened there. And I got my kind of into this conversation. And so this footnote was placed in the budget for the purpose, if there were to be a fire on Camp Guernsey that were to go onto private property, there's a borrowing authority of up to $20 million to help offset the costs associated with that fire. So this gives our local landowners the freedom to understand and know that there will be reimbursement if for some reason an ordinance fire comes off of the camp and goes onto private land. Again, borrowing authority, $20 million. And this is from the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, absent any objection, section 302 is closed. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thought I would try a different mic to keep you guys on your toes. It's working for one of you. We are in section 303. This is carryover appropriations. This is pages 106 to 108 in your budget bill. This section authorizes the carryover funds from the last budget bill and reappropriates them to the governor's office for the following purposes. Up to $700,000 for wild horse and borough management. These funds must be matched dollar for dollar. Up to $1,263,966 for disaster contingency. And then to the Capitol Square Preservation Account, up to $270,000. This will help keep the Capitol building open to the public for special events and Saturdays during the summer. These funds used to live in the Department of A&I. We've moved the balance over to that Capitol Square Preservation account that does programming for the building. Next, to the Wyoming Stable Token Commission, up to $3,800,000. And this is with the requirement that they endeavor to contract with a Wyoming-based entity when conducting business. So this is the carryover footnote. Last one here, to the Enhanced Oil Recovery Commission, up to $100,000 for projects that they conduct. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Are there any questions? Any discussion? Seeing none, absent any objection, section 303 is closed. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for an explanation of footnote number 304. You can find it, we're still on page 68 of the status report, and we are on page 109 in the budget. In essence, this is appropriating 2.1 million for our general fund for health insurance premiums for pre-July 1st, 2008 retirees. Any questions?
Any questions? Any discussion? Seeing none, absent any objection, section 304 is closed. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring forth an explanation of footnote 305 and pay attention because it is almost identical to 306. JAC has added section 305, which authorizes the flex authority for the governor to transfer up to 10% of an agency's total appropriation between programs within an agency and up to 5% between agencies. The Department of Environmental Quality, Department of Health, and Department of Correction are exempt from this section. So that is what we call the superflex authority. And JAC has added a new subsection E to specify that any appropriation transferred under Section 305 shall not be included in the agency standard budget. So this was a new idea that the agency had, or sorry, the JAC had, where anytime the governor or the executive uses that, authorizes the transfers through our B11 process, or more correctly is B Roman numeral II, that is where some potential extra funds are. And so we want those to not be automatically included into the standard budget, but that the following year, if funds have been transferred from a program or a project, that they need to be brought forward as an exception request so that they come before the legislature for approval. So I stand for questions.
Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, absent any objection, section 305 is closed. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 306 is identical to 305, except it is for a different branch of government. So 305 is the executive branch, 306 is the judicial branch. Identical language and identical footnotes. Any questions?
Any discussion? Any discussion? Absent any objection, section 306 is closed. Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, we are on section 307 in the 300 series. You're going to find that on page 115 of your budget, on page 68 on our cheat sheet on the back. And this just prevents transfers from the 100 series, which is our personnel service line. And we did provide exceptions for a couple of agencies. That's the Department of Environmental Quality, Department of Health, Department of Corrections, as well as our public defenders. And you will see that on section 2, our footnote number 1. Also the Department of Transportation, the department, or sorry, let me get to my page here. You'll see on page 116 that the judicial branch is exempt except from this section for transfers, but they can't exceed over $400,000. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, absent any objection, section 307 is closed. Representative Allamand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring to you agency number 70, Enhanced Oil Recovery Commission. It is under 308 on page SR 67. On your budget bill, it's page 116. This is just a simple little reappropriation of $900,000 for project use only. It is found under 2022 Wyoming Session Law, Section 317. And I'll stand for any questions.
Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, absent any objection, section 308 is closed. Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is section 309 found on page 118 of your budget bill. What this does is say the Department of Health has up to $25 million left of unobligated monies, that money would not have to revert, that they can use it on unanticipated Medicaid expenditures, costs associated with Title 25, Chapter 10 of the Wyoming statutes, and state facility staffing needs. And we mentioned this as we were going through the budget on the health department, so it should be a reminder at this point. Questions?
Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, absent any objection, section 309 is closed. Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to open up section 310. That's on page 119 of your budget bill. And JAC added section 310. This limits the employee salary increases from general funds. and provides a requirement that salary increases from non-general fund sources be approved by the governor and provides similar process for the judicial branch. And this is just a continuation of a prior footnote. And I'll stand for any questions.
Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, absent any objections, section 310 is closed. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Section 311, this is concurrence with the governor's biennial budget development. This is on pages 120 and 121 of your budget bill. The section captures our intent to concur with the governor's requests unless it's stated otherwise in the budget bill, typically in a footnote. So we are concurring with the one-time funding, sustained funding, or budget reductions, and the continuation of at-will contract positions, again, unless stated otherwise. And with that, I'll take.
Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, absent any objections, section 311 is closed. Representative Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to give an explanation. Sorry. We should be on 312. Is that what you just said? Yeah, okay, for 312. And ladies and gentlemen, JAC added section 312, which authorizes the state treasurer, upon favorable recommendation of the Wyoming Energy Authority and approval of the governor, to enter into a loan of $16 million, S10, for processing a rare earth resources located in Wyoming as specified. So this was something that was brought to us, and we had quite a bit of debate on. It was asked that it be a grant, and finally, after 3 denials of a grant, we agreed to a loan. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm kind of noticing a little bit of conflicting policy here, because just a little bit ago, we were talking about not supplying funds. That's not the role of government. So can you kind of go down and deeper into your explanation as to why this is the role of government in this case, but not in other cases?
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, and I appreciate the question. I agree with the bringer's comment, and this is conflicting. And so I personally am conflicted and would certainly welcome debate on whether we should have this in the budget or not. I would say this: if it were to remain in the budget, how I would explain this is that we have a history of being involved with businesses. And in this one here, you could argue that the current administration has a new directive to protect these particular types of resources from our foreign adversaries, this market for these resources. You could make that argument. I struggle with it, to be honest with you. I don't know that it should be in the budget, but we have got it here so that we can bring this debate forward and determine whether this is the right course. I'll also say that, like I started, we have a long history of doing this. So if we're going to stop doing this, maybe a cold stop is not the right way to do this one. So there's an argument for going down this path. But I'm a little conflicted myself.
Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question on 312 on this loan is just really where the loan is coming from the LSRA, it looks like. And my question is why that wouldn't come from the strategic projects, strategic investments projects account, the SIPA, which is now being funded through our investment income each year, because we know we have special projects each year. We're going to build stuff. We're going to build buildings, highways. We'll make loans for these kind of things. And I thought the LSRA, I get it, the LSRA is a hardworking account, but to try to keep our hands off that. It's the rainy day fund, not the dip in and loan for a business fund. So why that fund and not the SIPA? Thank you.
Representative Lawley. Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good question, and that is a route we could go. If you recall, we had House Bill 33 brought on introduction. It did not achieve the 2/3 on introduction. That would have eliminated the SIPA account. So when this bill was drafted, we anticipated that being eliminated. That's the reason we went this route.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. And another, I guess, just help me understand, primarily just to explain, when we have like Section 312, right, from the Wyoming Energy Authority, creates this narrative that we are investing in, the rare earth resources and that industry. And I am anticipating getting questions, why are we investing in and at the same time cutting funding to the University of Wyoming for the critical minerals initiative and the research that is done? Typically, the research done through critical minerals initiative through the University of Wyoming is the research that leads to the development of these programs. So I'm just wondering how I explain that. Thank you.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So right now, within the state of Wyoming, there's one potential processing plant that this would apply to. It is a competitive loan, so if there were another to come along, they could compete for this. Right now, there's a unit in the northeast corner of the state that the university has been involved with up until this point. What has happened is this particular operation was really federally funded before, and it was an experiment, if you will, to see if this could prove out that a new, cleaner technology could be used to process these. And just kind of give you all a background on this. All of the development of our rare earths has to go to one of our foreign adversaries today to be processed. It's a very nasty process that they use in that country, and they really are not concerned about the environment to the level that we are here. And so we're trying to develop something in this country to where we're not dependent upon that foreign adversary to process our rare earths. I don't know if you're aware of this, but there's 50 pounds of these products in every F-35 fighter. You get on a naval vessel, it's unbelievable how much we have of these materials. If you want to build electric cars in this country, or you want to build cellular phones in this country, you need these products. But we've got them in in the ground here, but what we don't have is the ability to process them into usable products. So when the federal government finished the project in the northeast corner of the state of Wyoming, the project was designed so that these materials, the equipment that was used to process it, would all be destroyed. That's where we're at today. So this investment is to take that equipment and not destroy it, but turn it into a commercial operation. I caution the body. I've had many discussions, debates with some colleagues about this. There's two things to understand. The federal government just last week invested in a company in the southern part of our nation in a big, big way to do this, to take it to the next level. You could argue that we'll be in competition with that large company and the federal government if we do this. We're also dependent upon the federal government to protect the market, because that foreign adversary will drive the cost of processing these materials down to zero just to keep everyone else out of business. That's what they've done in the past. We anticipate it in the future. So just to rely on the free market is nearly impossible, because you're competing with that foreign adversary. So with that being said, there's kind of the big picture as best I can present it to you. There's an investment opportunity here. As the first questioner pointed out, though, this is in conflict with a process of moving away from government involvement in the free market. You could argue this really isn't a free market because of the foreign adversary's manipulation of that market.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In
in listening to you, what you just said there, Representative, then why are we not going with a grant model instead of a loan model if what you described is so critical for success here? I guess I would think we would want to make that happen and not, I guess that's my answer, our question.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to say this a little bit slower. This really is something that we struggled with doing it at all. This project was brought to me during the summer. And my thought, if we were going to help this company to move forward with this project, the right way to do it is the same way the federal government right now is doing it with that larger corporation in the southern part of our nation. And that is that we would become partners, that the state of Wyoming would own something. The taxpayers, it's their money we're spending, they would own something. Instead, if you give a grant, you're handing that to a company. And the taxpayers don't own anything. You're hoping that they're successful and that they provide jobs and they pay property taxes and there may be some sales tax along the way. You're hoping for that. And I just mentioned all the risks that are involved with this type of project. If the federal government decides it's no longer a priority to protect the market, we know what will happen. This will go up in smoke. If that investment that the federal government and that large company in the southern part of the nation takes off and is successful and can meet all the demands, then this investment may not pan out. It's a lot of risk, but at least if there's risk with the taxpayer dollars, there should be some definite return. To give the money in a grant and hope that it's successful, I think is a stretch, at least for me, when I am steward of the taxpayers' money. The loan is kind of a halfway ground between those two extremes, getting some ownership and handing the money over in a grant. So the loan, we should anticipate a return to the taxpayer. It's a pretty minimal return. You can see, if you look at this in your budget, you'll see that it's limited to a maximum of 3% interest. That's less than we get on our investments, even in the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account. So rather than having the money in the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account, we would be loaning it out and we'd be making likely a lower return on this investment. Now, you could argue because it's in the borders of Wyoming, there's property tax, potential jobs, other returns, if you will, to the state of Wyoming. Just trying to lay it all out there for you folks so you make a good decision on this one.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Absent any objections, section 312 is closed. Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will give an explanation of footnote 313 and stand for questions. Again, we're still on page 68 of your status report and page 122 and page 123 of your budget. So on 313, JAC added section 313, which provides the Office of State Lands and State and Investments, the State Budget Department, and the Wyoming Business Council or its successor entity to conduct cost benefit analysis on any grant or loan application at the request of a majority of the members of the State Loan and Investment Board. So this was language that I know we haven't had as robust a discussion as we're going to have about that agency that is being eliminated in the current version of the budget. But I've worked with them pretty extensively on what they do. In fact, in my time in this body, I actually worked with them to reform a lot of the loans and grants that they were doing. And we still, I'm quite critical of the way it's turning out. But we have made efforts to go in with a scalpel, as was stated before, and try to make changes that way over the last few years. one of the things in my discussions with that agency was that a very good use of their resources would be for when a small town comes up with a good idea to increase the economic opportunity in their community, and they go to the SLIB board for a loan or a grant for that purpose, that before they go there, the personnel at the agency would then do a cost-benefit analysis on that idea. And then when the idea came before the board, you'd have real data, economic data. Is this a good idea or is it not? And we do have those resources right now. So when we move some of those personnel from that agency that we're attempting to eliminate to the grants management office, we'd expect them to maintain those same resources and be able to provide that service. So this footnote is just directing anything that's coming before that board to have that analysis done before we start determining if we're going to spend the money. And I'll stand for questions.
Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So for good members who are educating us, I don't think this is a terrible idea. What I'm confused on is this is about the administration of these offices. Why is it in the budget bill and not a separate bill?
Chairman Bear.
It's a good question, and I would say that this is the first place I'm attempting to present it so that we can try this for a couple of years. As we're moving these resources around in this budget, I think it's proper to say, with these resources, this is what we'd like you to do.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, absent any objections, section 313 is closed. Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will give an explanation now of footnote 314. And this again is on page 67 and 68 of your status report and on page 123 of your budget. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had quite a debate last year over our spending policy. And what this is, I gave quite a presentation back then about directing funds from one account to another. We talked about 401k and our savings accounts and all those things and trying to get a higher rate of return. This is back to that discussion. Currently, we flow out of our permanent mineral trust fund 5% of the 5-year average of the returns on that. The rest of the returns go back in to the corpus and protect it from inflation, and that's why you continue to see it grow. But the amount that comes to us to spend then of those earnings is that 5%. This footnote would reduce that for the next 2 years to 4.5%, a 10% reduction. On this side, it's about $15 million per year, so it's about a $30 million decision. So the question is, do we want to do that? And this is a policy question, and I still believe this is the right thing to do. Where the money would flow then would be back into our reserve accounts. Those are the 5X to 7X accounts where we're trying to make it so that we get a much better rate of return because we've got enough money in those accounts. I will remind the body that once we hit that 7X, that's going to tip back into the permanent mineral trust fund and again, allow us to make a higher rate of return on the earnings that we just got. Then it will flow down. So what will happen as the permanent mineral trust fund grows, that 4.5% becomes a larger and larger number. And the analysis we have right now is that in about 2 years, you would be back up to more than covering that $15 million per year if we do this. So 2 years of constraining our spending, the amount of money we have available to spend to get to a higher point of more money flowing through our investments. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there any questions? Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to Folks, this is a bill that we defeated last year. I just want us to think about what the spending policy, what it says. So, okay, it's 5% of the 5-year rolling average of the corpus, the market value. So what does that really mean? So it's not 5% of today's 12 billion. It's 5% of the last 5 years when it was 9 billion, 10 billion, 11 billion. So what that works out to be is really about a 4% spending policy on today's value of the trust. So we have a conservative policy already. Excuse me a minute, I'm just gonna.
Representative
Okay.
Parchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, if I, so we have basically a 4% spending policy already. Very conservative, 5% of the 5-year rolling average. So take back to 2021, 9 billion, 10 billion, 11 billion, and so on. So we're sitting here at 5% of the 5-year rolling average, which is really 4%. Now, if we move this to 4.5% of the 5-year rolling average, then we're going to be down in the 3s. Now, let me just tell you the amount of impact on revenue. It's more than what was demonstrated here. So you can just say, I mean, if we're making 500 million a year and growing, coming back to the general fund to fund this government. Well, if we cut that from 5% to 4.5%, that's 50 million a year out of the general fund. Now there's a mirror one coming behind this with the common school account. It's pretty easy math. The common school account is about half of the permanent mineral trust fund. So it'll be 25 million a year from schools. That's enough to fund our 10 smallest school districts in the state. I don't know how you're going to make it up. We don't print money like the federal government. So let's be really careful when we consider this. I've already got amendments filed on this deal. We just crossed a threshold the last couple of years. Investment income surpassed mineral income, number one. Why do we want to decrease that? The permanent mineral trust fund's going to take off. We've already filled the 7X reserve account. It's already being invested for long term. That thing's going to tip already. We just got 250 million in capital gains last month. Don't screw this up. This has been here before all of us, and it's a well time tested thing. And it's the Harvard trust model. It's working. And we don't want to tinker with that and start starving ourselves. I get it. The way to slow government growth is starve it. We could starve it another way by actually giving more tax relief to citizens and using our investment income to cover for that. But boy, to starve ourselves on a very conservative policy, 5% of the 5-year rolling average is only 4%. I just want to say it because odds are you hear about 15% of what I say. So I figure if I say it 7 times, hey, I taught for a lot of years and had 4 kids. I got to repeat myself. I understand how it works. You all know that 5% of the 5-year rolling average is what? 4%. You all heard that 7 times. So we already got a 4% spending policy. So I'm really disappointed this is in the budget. I think we can do better than this. And then another thing we passed, not only number 1 in revenue to the state, 2 years ago, we surpassed Alaska, I think I can say that, as the number 1 per capita in investment income. We have done a great job. Let's don't screw it up. So when I bring these amendments, I'd love you all to just get up and yell, aye, at this as loud as you can. Because we already got what spending policy? 4%. 5% of the 5-year rolling average is 4%. And let me tell you the dollars again. 50 million a year, general fund, 25 out of the schools. That's about a half penny statewide sales tax. How are you going to make that 75 million up? We can't print money. So, Mr. Chairman, I get where you're coming from. We disagree so passionately about this. And maybe we can play a game of chess over it. And, but we got to keep debating this because it's really important to our future, long after we're gone and we're up on the wall there somewhere. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you. Just, there was a lot, so I didn't want to go on to the next questioner, but I will get to the next questioner. First thing I'd like to point out is the bill did pass this body. This bill passed this body last year. It did not get taken up by the other body, so it is not law. This really is a policy question. Do we have to spend it now, or do we want to have this much and more? This is really the same question that we wrestle with, whether we're going to put more money into the corpus when we have money. So the debate between myself and the executive, or the JAC and executive, I mean, where we're saying, do we want to put 250 million into the permanent funds, or do we want to keep it available? Same type of debate. Same type of debate. This is one where I'm on the other side, where let's keep it in the permanent side. Let's not just spend it. And that's really what we're saying. What you were hearing was, let's spend it. There was a point made about the next one, which we might as well debate it while we're at it. It's very similar to this one. About where are we going to make up those funds? Well, on the school side, it's very simple. We have to make up those funds, and we have a backstop on our LISRA for that. Should there not be enough money at the end of the fiscal year, it's in law. I think that the good appropriator actually made sure it was there, that we will put the account, the SFP account, at 100 million minimum. So they will never, on the school foundation side, as long as there's at least $500 million in the LISRA, they will never be shorted a dime, no matter what we do with the money. How we get the money to them, they're going to always be funded. On the general fund side, that's different. And he is absolutely right. We're saying we're not going to spend it now so that we can have more to spend later. And it's the same argument for why you would put more money into the corpus. Same argument. I'm just saying it, let's do it on a small measure in our spending policy. And we hear a lot about, we're not really headed for a crisis. The forecasts aren't correct. I think my good vice chair used the comment, we've been told by our staff, we've been told by our advisors, our financial advisors, that we basically have a check engine light flashing now. The engine's still running. Things are running good. But do we want to keep going down the road with that flashing check engine light, or do we want to pull in and get it checked out? That's what this particular budget's really all about. Do we want to change directions? Do we want to pull off, get that check engine line checked out before we go on and we're stuck out in the middle of nowhere?
Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just advised that with my math skills earlier this morning, I probably shouldn't get up and talk about this, and I'll own up to that. That's probably not a good idea, but no, in all seriousness, ladies and gentlemen, we talked about this a lot last year. I don't want to belabor the point. For those of you who are new here, though, for those of you here that have not been through a budget process, there's two things that are wrong with what's going on right now. Number one, you're being asked to make a major policy decision within a funding document. That is the main priority of the budget, is to fund the government. And so we actually have a constitutional prohibition against this of not legislating in the budget. And so how do you know you're legislating in the budget? Well, anytime you actually see statutes labeled out, and if you look at this, it says 9-4, I believe, is the statute number, one of the numbers in there. That tells you that you're going into the green books and you're changing the green books. That is not allowed. We're not allowed to do that. That does not pass constitutional muster. And I was here, I don't know, 6, 8 years ago when we finally stopped doing that on a regular basis. And we had a chief executive at that time that basically struck everything out with that little red pen of his. So that's the first thing that I have an issue with, is that we're legislating in the budget. Now, the other thing that's interesting about this, ladies and gentlemen, is you're legislating in the budget, which means you're only doing it for 2 years. So if we do this, cool, we did it for 2 years. It goes right back to 5%. Unless we can get that other bill that is actually the bill that we should be debating through this body, that body, and through the governor downstairs. And I want to tell you a little quick story about that. Because the guy who just repeated 5% of 5% is 4%, I think like 14 times, he did that. He did that my very first year in the legislature. And the very next year, we repealed it because we tanked ourselves. I watched it happen. He watched it happen. There's 4 of us in this body right now that were here when that happened in 2018. It's not a good plan to cut your feet out from underneath you. And the idea that we have a check engine light right now, I'd be all right if I walked into an auto mechanic and my check engine light was on and I just made $250 million the previous month. We're doing okay. I don't think that cutting us by 0.5% for the next 2 years is going to make or break this state one way or the other, folks. And I would implore the chairman to not legislate in the budget, do this bill as it should have been done, which is through the statutes, through an honest debate on the floor, and not through the funding document. Let's have this discussion honestly about what this means to the state. We're not when we're trying to fund the state.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for those of you that might be newer, I just want to repeat what has just been said. And I'd like to have you look on page 123 of your budget bill on line 9, where it says section 314, and then it says Wyoming statutes 719D, Romanent V, and creating a new paragraph 8, and is amended to read. We're amending the green books. Can't do that in the budget bill. Tisk, tisk, tisk. You can't do that. If you flip over to the next page, 124, section 315, similarly, by creating a new subparagraph 8, is amended to read. Can't do that in the budget bill. If you come down to the bottom of 124 on section 316, it's a little different. It goes into session law. And session law that was amended in 2025 is amended to read. Can't do that. Even if it's the greatest idea of all time. We can't legislate in the budget bill. Can't do that. So bear that in mind as we get into that conversation on Tuesday, and there's amendments to do that. Feel how you want about the policy. We just can't do it in the budget bill. Okay? Thank you.
Any further discussion, Chairman Bear?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You heard the word can't an awful lot, but then you also heard of where we have done it in the past. I guess this is where the good coach and I have a lot in common. We like to get stuff done. And I think this can be done. It's been done before, and we can do it here.
Representative Harshman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I agree. And we have this debate about amending in the budget. You know, last year, this 68 legislature, we blew the roof off this joint. Once the budget died, we were amending everything into everything. It was like Congress. We were looking, oh, that has the word "the" in there. Okay, that'll work. And is in that title. Okay, that'll work. I can amend my idea into it. That's what happened. I hadn't seen anything like it. Now, is there my good friend from Fremont County? Yeah, I like getting stuff done too. So I'm sitting there going, yeah, I know, I hear you what you're saying, but There's a line there we'll debate. I hear you. So I'm not going to go after you on that issue so much, but I just think, why don't we give 75 million in tax relief to the citizens? Why don't we cut it down to 3.5% and not do this and pay for it with this? Why would we? Let's understand. And when I first started here, the permanent mill trust fund was 2 billion, common school 1 billion. Look where we're at. We're so blessed. So let's don't mess it up. And because it's not about spending it, it's actually paying your bills. Because that's what we do here. As the lowest tax state in the union, the best run state in the union, state with zero debt. Boom. Don't screw that up. Pay our bills. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't leave this alone. This body actually, over the last couple of years prior to last year we finally did really get some serious tax relief. And I am all for more tax relief, because as our savings grows, it's really hard to explain to those constituents why we're not. So I will ask that, the previous speaker bring every opportunity to give the taxpayers the money back. But before we got that done this last year, what we were doing, we're denying those tax relief efforts. Those were getting voted down at the same time we were putting 700 million into the permanent middle trust fund, 3 billion or 2.4 billion into the permanent middle trust fund. We raised the corpus of our permanent funds over 10% in the last 5 years. We put it away. We didn't give it back to the taxpayers. So I appreciate the argument from the coach. I agree with it. Let's give it back to the people. But that's not what we've been doing in the past. And I don't think we want to give all of it back in tax relief. I think he makes a great point. We need to pay our bills. This is a great idea for paying our bills long-term. We're going to have a couple of years where we can afford to spend a little less, and then we're going to have to spend a little less. Be great to have more revenue coming in. That's what this does. I just ask that you not vote for the status quo.
Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 6 p.m. I repeat, 6 p.m.
Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know what's happening at 6 p.m., but I must have missed that memo. But I just want to correct a little history. And, we passed the cap, we passed the 50% to the long-term owners and a 25%, which was vetoed. And then this legislature brought the 25% back last year, ended the 50%. We're going to fix that. And 3 years ago, we really super expanded, tripled the rebate program. It's helped thousands of Wyomingites, especially poor Wyomingites. But let's go back to COVID before you were in this body. I think the key was we were different than other states. We got billions of federal dollars. But then the Russian-Ukraine war started and natural gas went crazy.
Point of order.
And we had a boom. And I just want to
Representative, what's your point?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can we stay on the amendment? We're getting into like some sort of world history lesson.
We are.
Thank you,
not on
Mr.
the amendment.
Thank you. And I was just replying to the good chairman because he kind of got off on history. And so I was just wanted to correct him. We were one of the few states that actually took COVID dollars and had natural gas go through the roof to save us. And so instead of growing government, we swapped COVID with general fund dollars, and then we saved them. Didn't add any state employees, didn't blow up budgets. We swapped federal dollars and we saved the general fund. And that's why we passed Alaska. So I think it was really conservative and super smart. And so thank you. Just a little correction on what went down here when a few of us were here. Thank you.
All right, let's try to reel this in. Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So I'm hopefully I didn't mishear the good chairman of committee number one, but I think he said, we've been saying you can't legislate in the budget, you can't legislate in the budget, but there's no law against it. There is a constitutional section, Article 3, Section 34, general appropriation bills, other appropriations. The general appropriations bills shall embrace nothing but appropriations for the ordinary expenses of the legislative, executive, and judicial departments of the state, interest on the public debt, and for public schools. All other appropriations shall be made by separate bills, each embracing but one subject. So again, that's why we're not supposed to do it, because constitutionally, our Constitution says we're not supposed to do it.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It seems the good chairman of appropriations alluded to this a little bit, but it seems I'm sensing a policy shift from where the good chairman stood a couple of years ago. I can almost, it's like deja vu. I can hear it in my head. Do not legislate in the budget. Do not legislate in the budget. So I'm just curious why the policy changed now. Why is it okay now?
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the House Bill 1, 2024, it changed session laws from 2022, Wyoming State Statute 94719A, if you want to look it up, Section 300B. It's a long fall from that high horse. To say this isn't being done in prior budget bills isn't true. I'm not agreeing with it here, but I do have a question about the actual amendment. When you look at the Craig report, we actually only see about 2.5% of our 5% spending policy. And so I'm curious, if we were to pass this and it went to a 4.5%, what would show up on the Craig report and what would be put back on the auto grind?
Folks, we're not on an amendment. We're just reading the budget bill. Chairman Bear.
I want to ask the previous speaker, answer the previous speaker's question. What changed? Nothing's really changed. If you think about what we do with our revenue streams in the budget, we move things around to make sure that we fund our budget. Call it budget balancers. This is a very similar process that we're doing right here. This is why the good coach and I have felt confident in doing this in the budget in the past. It's the reason it's never been taken to court. This is different. This is not some new legislation about how we're going to, what kind of laws we're going to pass, what kind of punishments we're going to have. This is about our state finances. We do this all the time, and we're doing it in this budget even without this amendment.
Representative Weber. All right, any other discussion? Representative Wiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the good chairman of appropriations. You know, a few years ago, we're talking about change of policy and everything. We had to kind of grind it out and debate to go from 5X to 7X for our income investments. I remember being, you know, the room was full of drunken sailors when we were putting a bunch of this money away to help boost these investments. And then we heard earlier, you know, finally we've overcome our mineral extraction with investment earnings. So now are we playing with it again and going to make a wrong decisions and then not have the income that we've been working for the last few years to keep growing? I guess that's my question. Because I remember the debate. I remember late nights on this floor, past 6, past midnight. I remember bills dying. I remember advocating, you know, this is going to be good. This is going to be good. Here we are. We've made more money this year than we have on any of our legacy industries, coal, oil, gas, and it's been off of investments. So now we're going to start tinkering and messing with this thing again when it's been a good mechanism to earn the state of Wyoming really good returns.
Any further discussion? All right, Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to expedite the debate a little bit, Mr. Chairman, for an explanation of agency or footnote 316, we've pretty much debated it. I'm sorry, 315. Pretty much debated it. It's over on the school fund side. The good former speaker pointed out that it's 25
I'm
million
sorry,
a year.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I need to close out section 314.
Please.
All right, absent any objection, section 314 is closed. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do I need to go ahead and open this one up?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, for an explanation of footnote 315, please refer to page 67 and 68 of your status report and 124 of your budget bill. We pretty well debated it. Don't know that we need to do that anymore. This is applying to the school foundation side. So you got the school foundation program account would be constrained by 25 million per year, 50 million for the biennium. I do want to tell you about the next footnote that's coming though, because it will make up for that. We're going to use that to simplify some of our revenue streams, and that will actually, the way we've decided to simplify it, will put all that money, almost all that money, 95% of that money back into the school foundation program. So with that, I'll answer any questions on 315.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Oh, Representative Lawley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I don't want to belabor the point about legislating in the budget. I think it's a good one, but kind of a different question but related is, can you tell me what testimony you took in the JAC meetings to support any of these changes in policy that you're proposing? The last one, this one. Did you take any testimony at all? And if so, what did you gain from that? What insight can we go back and look at in your proceedings that will help us be informed as to some of the discussions, whether different folks had different points of view, who you consulted as far as experts?
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To put it simply, the whole JAC was familiar with the debate from last year. We discussed amongst ourselves, but a pretty brief discussion, remembering all of these discussions we had last year. As far as expert testimony, our staff has recommended these very moves for years. When we asked them, what are the best things to clean up all of our different tips and flows, things that would help our staff to be able to train new staff more rapidly as to how all of our funds flow. These have been recommended for some time now. We're just trying to take action on them.
Follow up?
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What about public testimony of the public that on this? I mean, was there those kinds of discussions where there was an opportunity for the public to weigh in about this investment policy changes?
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we had public comment at the end of our budget markup. And so the public had an opportunity for the entire budget. There was no public that came and testified on this part of it.
Okay.
Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, body, I want to be really, really clear. Our staff does not recommend policy changes to us.
Oh, that's
It
true.
does not happen.
What do you say?
We can have people that we hire outside of there, right? We have fund managers and those types of things. Those people we actually pay to give us recommendations. But our staff, the LSO staff, does not make recommendations on policy. That is what keeps our LSO staff as LSO staff. They don't get into the partisan issues. They don't go down these roads. They don't make these recommendations because of exactly this. So I want to be really, really clear, and especially when we're saying things out here, when these people are up here watching us, the people on TV, we don't have professional staff sitting back here drafting documents for us that have recommended something to us. These are policy decisions that these bodies, this one and the one down the hall, make. If we've had people that have told us that, I want to make sure it's explicitly clear that it's stated that it's not our staff. Because our staff works for all of us. They don't work just for JAC.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none. Absent any objection, section 315 is closed. Representative Bear.
We'll get into it, I'm sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For an explanation of footnote 316, again on page 67 of your status report and 124 still in your budget. So this is the one I was mentioning just a moment ago where we're actually putting more money into the school foundation program. So if you want to follow along with me, the best way to do this is to go to wildledge.gov. If you're interested. Give you a moment for that. When you get there, you're going to look at the blue banner across the top, and you're going to click on State Finances. I apologize that some of this information is kind of deep, but the more you get used to this, the easier it will be to find. So once you've clicked on State Finances, you'll scroll down to Data Book. It's the second from the bottom. Once you click on Data Book, there will be several PDFs. You'll choose Revenue Flow Charts. General Operations of Government inside the Data Book. Once you choose General Operations of Government, you choose the PDF for Revenue Flow Charts. Once you open up the Revenue Flow Charts, you'll go to the third page down, and this is the FMR flows. So to simplify these FMR flows, we have a cap at 200 million. There's several individual things that we fund. And then after that, you'll see all kinds of tips to different funds. And in 3 examples of those funds, actually I think it's 4, is the account that we eliminated last year, the BRA account, Budget Reserve account. That's been eliminated. It'll go away at the end of June this year. So that's already being eliminated, but you have things that are going to the University of Wyoming and the School Foundation Program. And what we've done is just those 7 different arrows, we've eliminated all those and made 2 arrows, 50% going to the general fund and 50% going to the School Foundation Program. When we do this, this makes $95 million more dollars this year would go into the School Foundation Program, this biennium. So that would make up for, if we retain footnote 315, this would fund that plus simplify, at least for the next 2 years, our flows, cash flows. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Any questions? Any further discussion? Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So I had to look up the brow burning bill from last year. That's what that was. And so, I think the presentation just now of this section is precisely the reason that we shouldn't be doing this in the budget, because I have no idea what amount of money that is. When we have it as a separate bill, I actually have a fiscal note that says this is the amount of money this year that's going to go into that pot instead of that pot. Determining where revenue goes, and I will say the previous appropriations committee from the last legislature did similar things where they push flows in different ways. It's bad every time because the people who have the most information are frankly the people in the committee number 1, while the rest of us are like, do I trust that that's a good thing? I don't actually know. So I need a little bit more help in figuring out, other than just saying it's simplification, is it a good thing?
Representative Smith? Oh, Chairman Bear. All right. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Absent any objection, section 316 is closed. Representative Smith.
I'm going to go ahead and announce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Correct myself. Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Chairman Bear.
Sorry to interrupt the process. I made a misstatement just a moment ago, and I just want to correct it real quick. Our public comment was before we did budget markup. So the discussion was probably after the public comment.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring forward footnote 317, and that's still found on your status report, page 68, and in your budget book, page 125. And this deappropriates all funds in the Business Ready Community account. Any funds remaining get transferred to the general fund and is effective immediately. And I stand for questions.
Do we have any questions? Representative Thayer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the JAC was going through and defunding or moving funds, excuse me, on the BRC, was there other agency funds that were also looked at or deappropriated?
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are a lot of different accounts. We were also informed that they could potentially create their own accounts, the agency that manages this. And so we looked into, we're probably continuing to look into if there's any other funds that need to be rolled into this type of footnote. So some funds got diverted over to the Wyoming Energy Authority and other funds through the Grants Management Office.
Follow up, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Thayer.
So since that repeal bill did not make it through down the road, where are all those actions going to be going?
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That will be up to this body as amendments are brought forward. So we'll be making those policy decisions together.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, absent any objection, section 317 is closed. I'm flipping my page, folks. This is great. Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're going to turn to page 126 in your budget bill. We're going to be in 318, section 318, which amends prior legislation for the energy matching funds and the federal infrastructure grants to require a report to Management Council not less than 10 days before expenditure.
Any discussion? All right. Seeing none, absent any objection, section 318 is closed. Before we continue, folks, I just again want to announce that all second reading amendments are due at the end of the Committee of the Whole action on House Bill 1. And sponsors can approve their amendments between now and 10 o'clock a.m. Monday morning. Speaker Pro Tem Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I bring you subsection 319, and you'll find this on page 67 of our status report and 127 of your budget bill. We've already kind of had a conversation in regards to this. This is the Stable Token Commission and the discussion we had about the 3.8 carryover, the 8 million of funds that they can use to fund their budget moving forward, and what the logistics of that would look like and what that would be. And then also just the, on page 129, subsection II, that there's going to be a return to the stable token trust account to ensure investment earnings on funds of the trust account. And that'll go and basically offset what they were given in funds. And so this is an opportunity to give them funded, give them a funding model up to that 8 million, and then the conversation about returning their funds back to that they've been given basically on a loan basis. And with that, I'd stand for questions.
Questions? Do we have any questions? Seeing none, absent any objection, section 319 is closed. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Body, I bring you section 320. This is pages 130 through 132 in your budget bill. You may have heard of a Blue Moon project aimed at celebrating our Western heritage and strengthening our tourism and ag industries. Your JAC adopted $15 million in one-time funds from the Tourism Reserve and Project account to be used to establish a Rodeo and Cowboy Museum Hall of Fame in Wyoming. These funds for destination development will be managed by our State Office of Tourism. They will be distributed in 3 different sections. $3 million is effective immediately. Another $2 million is to be distributed by the end of July of this fiscal year, and $10 million to be distributed and available by the end of by July 1st of 2027. The Office of Tourism will use these funds to solicit applications and then determine which project will increase tourism to our beautiful state, which project will generate additional jobs, grow state product, state revenue, and contribute to economic diversification. These funds must be matched dollar for dollar. If the applicant does not fulfill the contract, then they have to repay these funds. No agreement in this section can be made without the written opinion of the Attorney General certifying the legality of the transaction. And lastly, our Chief Executive has final approval of the project, ensuring it has substantial benefit to the public. And with that, body, I will give you 8 seconds to stay on the horse and ask questions.
Thank you, Representative Sherwood. Do we have any questions? Any discussion? Representative Pendergraft?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring you.
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. Okay, seeing none. Absent any objection, section 320 is closed. Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring you section 321, found on page 132 of the budget bill. Folks, we have a lot of, as I'm sure you know, beautiful old courthouses around the state. And they were built in a little bit of a different time when security wasn't quite the same concern that it is today. For example, the courthouse in my county has a number of entrances out in and out of the building in places that are not particularly easily watched. There are a number of doors going into various sections where somebody come ring a doorbell, you can't see who's on the other side, a number of issues like this. And so we felt it appropriate to fund some improvements to those to enhance security in the courthouses. And that's what you'll see in section 321 on page 132. You're perfectly capable of reading it for yourself. If there are any questions, I'd be glad to try to answer.
Do we have any questions? Any discussion? Seeing none, absent any objections, section 321 is closed. Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this point, I bring you section 322, and you'll find this on page 67 of your status report and page 133 of your budget bill. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 4th year for this Rocky Mountain Power Project account, and what it was is it was funds that was placed by Rocky Mountain Power for sage grouse habitat rejuvenation along power line corridors. So this was a fund that they put together, Rocky Mountain Power did, and Wyoming Wildlife and Natural Resource Trust Fund was the vehicle or mechanism by which it was expended for the rehabilitation of sage grouse habitat along those corridors. And so this will be the last biennium that it's in play. And there's a couple $1 million in this account that are going to be expended this next biennium on this project. And then this footnote will naturally go away at that point. And with that, I'd stand for any questions.
Do you have any questions? Any discussion? Seeing none, absent any objections, section 322 is closed. Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with that, I will give the explanation to footnote number 323, University of Wyoming Capital Construction Loan. So, folks, this is an action that was taken by a prior body in here, and this was in 2023. A loan was provided to the university to take care of some construction on, this had to do with the dorms. If you haven't visited the dorms, they're phenomenal. It's an unbelievable construction and great place for the kids. But the way it was financed was not pay as you go. It's we'll pay it when the bill comes due. So the bill came due this year, even though it was appropriated back in 2023. The bill came due and it needed to be paid back to the LSRA. So we had choices of how we could do this. We could take money out of the LSRA and put it in the general fund so we could pay it back, and then take that money and pay it back to the LSRA. Hopefully you see the redundancy of that. Or we could just write it off. So that's what we did. We just left the money in the LSRA. We said the loan is paid, all is good. So that's the action we took. That's what footnote 323 is, and I'll stand for any questions.
Do you have any questions? Any discussion? Seeing none, absent any objection, section 323 is closed. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for an explanation of section 324, still found on page 68 of the status report, page 134 in your budget bill. This footnote restores the legislative position for the Wyoming State Penitentiary Capital Construction Account and limits the expenditure for $9 million, with the remaining funds being deposited into the account no later than April 15th, 2026, effectively making $54.3 million available for expenditures. And I will stand for questions.
Do we have any questions? Any discussion? Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just, so it was this time last year that these funds became available to them. I think they've already kind of spent and done the project, right? And it might be more than 9 million is the cost. Maybe update us on this. I mean, how much have they spent already on it in the last year? Thank you.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These numbers are accurate, and even talking to the director, even though that account was open and available for them to spend, the director only was spending the funds that were previously appropriated and didn't go beyond that. So,
Representative Harshman.
So, Mr. Chairman, so the project is done then? Because we want to make sure this is done right. We don't want to cut them short if they need another million or whatever. That's, I guess, my question.
Representative Smith.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have been very generous with this agency and security, and making sure things are working properly has been a top priority of this, the JAC. So they're getting everything more or less that they've been requesting.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, absent any objections, section 324 is closed. And folks, this is your last chance. All second reading amendments are due at the end of the committee of the whole action on House Bill 1. We're almost done. All right, Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I'll give an explanation of footnote 325, section 325. And this is legislative intent for future appropriations. And I'll just read it to you and then give you an explanation and take any questions. JAC added section 325, which states legislative intent to reduce the appropriations of any agency determined to be acting outside of the agency or entity's legal authority as provided in Wyoming statute, the Wyoming Constitution, or Wyoming session law. Probably shouldn't have to say this, folks, but we want to start making it really clear to our agencies. There is one lever that this body has, one lever to ensure that the work that we do is carried out, and that is the purse strings. Other than that, we're dependent upon the executive to, in good faith, and most times that's not an issue. The executive takes care of these things. Our good agencies take care of these things. But every now and then, there's a hiccup, and we've talked about a couple of them here. I don't think we got into a great deal of discussion on the ear tags, but we could. And hope we have a little debate about that. Hope somebody brings an amendment about the ear tags, and we can talk about that. But once in a while, we need to remind the agencies that we do have the control of the purse strings. That's our lever, and we may very well use it. That's what this footnote does. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Do we have any questions? Representative Chester.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a question as to why we think this is necessary. And is this intended to be, is there any chance for an agency that is accused of doing this to appeal or to justify or explain? Or, I mean, how is this going to be implemented? It seems a little harsh, a little punitive. Maybe there was a mistake, or there was a transfer that didn't happen in a certain way. There's all kinds of ways that these kinds of things might happen that might be purely innocent. And I'm just wondering why we need to specify this and whether we should have some kind of a appeal mechanism.
Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, so, I mean, it does feel like this language is trying to hang a sword over all of our agencies and have them act out of fear instead of act out of the good of Wyoming. I'm a little worried that that's really the wrong approach to take when, you know, when I want to run a business and a department isn't doing what I think it should be doing, then I'm gonna work on how do we manage this department properly, not do I take money away because I still need the service that department's providing, right? Whether it's our university or our community colleges or towns and counties. The idea that we're also playing the part of the third branch by just taking their money away punitively, it just seems like the wrong approach because we still want those things to happen, right? I would hope that we would want those things to happen. So if we take the money away, the things that we want to happen aren't going to happen because they just won't do it, right? Because they won't have money. So this idea that we would say, if you're not doing what we like, we just take your money away. Help me understand why that's the right approach.
Chairman Bear.
Starting with the first one, good question. Would we investigate and find out why? Folks, when we write a budget and we change an expenditure, you can see through this process, it is well deliberated. So we don't do things very haphazardly in this body. So I think that's the answer to that question. To help the other questioner understand why, I mean, I just mentioned that this is the one lever we have, and it's letting these agencies know that we have a lever and we're willing to use it.
Any further discussion? Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my question is more not why, but who developed this policy and what statute are we following? Could we get a little more explanation in that area is what I'm looking for.
Representative Provenza.
Thank you. Yeah, how would we come back and do anything with the budget and change appropriations? Would we then be calling ourselves into special session for a supplemental? How much government waste time are we going to use to implement something that has no enforcement mechanism?
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the Constitution is really the answer to the first question. It gives us the power of the purse. That's, if you want to know of a statute, you want to know of any process that's been done before, that's where it's at. The separation of powers, the one thing that this body has is the power of the purse. To the second bringer, I think the question is really answered as itself, because here we have a very open-ended point of how we're going to do this. It doesn't prescribe, are we going to do it immediately? But I can imagine there'd be a scenario where this body was upset enough to call itself into a special session. And if it were a costly thing, we would be taking that into account before any of us voted for such a thing. I doubt that would happen very often. I think most cases, it would be addressed in the upcoming budget or supplemental budget.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, absent any, oh, Representative Connolly? I'm sorry, I didn't see you there.
Thank you. So my question would be then, are we anticipating based on this piece here that there is a potential for something to happen in this biennium that this budget's going to apply to? Or was there like some kind of immediate kind of thought to that? Or is it just because, like you said, we think at some point that could happen?
Chairman Brown. I'm sorry, Chairman Bear.
I think in my first comment on this section, I mentioned that there's a couple of examples that have happened in this last biennium and the previous biennium. So we're just setting it out there so that it doesn't happen in this biennium.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, absent any objection, section 325 is closed. Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I bring you section 326, which is the Hathaway Scholarship Program. I want to give you just a little bit of information on the fund itself. Essentially, what's happening is it's growing quite a bit faster than we're spending it. So we wanted to look at that. It's been about 15 years since the change was made. So we decided to increase it about 30% at a cost of about $11 million per biennium. Now, that doesn't mean much until you put it in perspective. So to put it in perspective, at the end of fiscal year 25, there were $799 million in this fund. There was a recent tip, and at last measurement, this account was $840 million. For about the last 5 years, we've been spending out of that account about $54 million a year. Excuse me. It has been earning about $50 million a year. I got ahead of myself. So we've got $840 million every year. We're adding about $54 million to it. And we are taking out in benefits about $16 million and dispersing those with the Hathaway Fund. So it's growing faster than we're spending. So we went back about 15 years, and you kind of take a number for inflation. We increased that 30%. The details, the numbers, how that works out, the scale for your grade point average can all be found on page 136 of your budget in section number, whatever I just said, 326. Are there any questions?
Are there any questions? Any discussion? Representative Harshman.
Kind of thought there'd be one.
Hey, and I'm not always opposed to legislating in the budget, but hey, it's our appropriate, and we've had this thing with the executive branch. I mean, that's the natural friction of three branches of government. I thought there was a bill out there that did this. Didn't our education committee run a bill? Is it in the other body? Why are we putting it in the budget? Thank you.
Representative Pendergraft.
Mr. Chairman, I've heard many times in this chamber and in this body, it's kind of good to have two horses in the race, but in adjusting the numbers, I don't see how that is legislating in the budget. Certainly, I don't have the good teacher's experience in this body, but I think we're on pretty safe ground here.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, my
Representative
answer that I understood, there is a bill, and this is the second horse in the race. Just so you can nod to me, that's what I think I heard. There is so we got two things going. And I'm fine with that. I just want to know. Okay, thank you.
Representative Pendergraft.
I have no objection.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, absent any objection, section 326 is closed. Representative Allamand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring to you subsection 327, National Championship Air Races. And all we're going to, and that is on your SR page 67, budget page 139. 67 and 139. This is a repeal of 2.5 million because the event never materialized, and the 2.5 million will revert back to where it came from. Do
you have any questions? Any discussion? Seeing none, absent any objection, section 327 is closed. Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So our next section is 398. You're going to find this again on page 67 of your status report, and we will be on page 141 and 142 of your budget bill. So this is the budget balancer. So if you look at it, you're going to see right here, the state auditor shall transfer $100 million or as much thereof as is necessary from the legislative stabilization reserve account to the general funds to ensure the unobligated encumbrance funds balance of the general fund on July 30th, 2028 is not less than $192,765,000. That number, that $192,765,000, is the SRA 5% number. So that's that reserve account number. So that's basically the projected incomes of the state. We have to have that 5% guaranteed number. So the 100 million, if you look at your goldenrod, you're going to find that $100 million line item amount on your goldenrod, which correlates with what we just put into here and aligns for that budget balancer. With that budget balancer, we also, if you go to the back page of your goldenrod, you're going to see a total amount of 39,000. It's not back page. It's going to be inside your first page, second page on the bottom. Total balance available, 39,134,296. This is money that we can use to apply towards all of the fiscal notes of the bills that we're passing this legislative session. And so that would be the explanation of 398. And with that, I'd stand for any questions.
Do you have any questions? Any discussion? Seeing none, absent any objections, section 398 is closed. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the next one is section 399. Again, page 67 on status report, 142 on budget bill. This section right here is the carryover language from 2024. It's our energy matching, our federal infrastructure matching, and our budget balancer language and nomenclature. And this right here is just that repealer section. So we're basically aligning our budget with the actions that we've taken. And with that, I'd stand for any questions.
Any questions? Any questions? Discussion? Seeing none, absent any objections, section 399 is closed. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, I get the last word on the budget, which is so exciting. I get to tell you that this section is essentially the effective date, and it outlines when things are effective immediately and when things are effective on July 1st. Thank you so much for your attention and your questions, and I look forward to second reading amendments. Mr. Chairman,
Am I hearing a question? Question being called. The question is on Chairman Baer's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that House Bill number 1 do pass. All those in favor say aye. And all those opposed say no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Committee of the Whole rise and report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. And those opposed? Motion carried.
Representative Singh. Go ahead. You can move the adoption.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report on the budget bill, House Bill number 1.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carries. Now, oh, not yet. I got a reading clerk that's got to read some stuff. He's got to read it before he can go on, so. There'll be a bit.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole, having had under consideration bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. House Bill 1, do pass. Section 70, do pass. Section 72, do pass. Section 77, do pass. Section 80, do pass. Section 81, do pass. Section 85, do pass. Section 91, do pass. Section 96, do pass. Section 98, do pass. Section 101, do pass. Section 102, do pass. Section 103, do pass. Section 151, do pass. Section 157, do pass. Section 160, do pass. Section 205, do pass. Section 206, do pass. Section 211, do pass. Section 220, do pass. Section 270, do pass. Section 300, 301, 302, 303, 304, 305, 306, 307, 308, 309, 310, 311, 312, 313, 314, 315, 316, 317, 318, 319, 320, 321, 322, 323, 324, 325, 326, 327 do pass. Section 398 do pass. Section 399 do pass. Representative Singh, Chairman.
Thank you, Reading Clerk. Representative Singh. Now you can do that.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report on the budget bill, House Bill number 1.
Okay, now you've heard the motion. Representatives, all those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carries. Congratulations, Representative Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at that order of business of reading and introduction of bills. First bill for our introduction is House Bill 148. Reading Clerk.
House Bill 148, sponsored by Representative Campbell.
First reading of the bill.
Land, Water, and Fiscal Integrity Act.
Representative Campbell, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move House Bill and ask for your favorable, House Bill 148 and ask for your favorable consideration. House Bill 148, Land, Water, and Fiscal Integration Act is an act relating to state lands, providing for a process for county commissioners to request a hearing for certain state land leases, specifying requirements for leases for specified industrial purposes, providing definitions, and providing for an effective date. Ladies and gentlemen of the body, this should be called the People's Bill. This bill contains everything that I've heard traveling across the state of Wyoming, listening to complaints about wind energy. I want to point out to you guys that this bill only applies on state lands. Basically, what this bill does is it gives a mechanism to empower local communities. It gives the county commissioners a seat at the county table by allowing them to trigger a mandatory public hearing. It protects property values, tax bases. This bill requires a formal written analysis of potential impacts on ad valorem tax revenues and private property tax values. Basically, what this says, if we're bringing in a wind project and it brings in $1 million, but it costs us $2 million in ad valorem taxes and property taxes, it's causing more harm than good. This safeguards the scenic beauty that we love. This bill says that they have to provide a digital viewshed analysis requirement when bringing on these wind projects. And basically all that is an AI graphic where they have to show what this project is going to look like. The next thing in this bill is the Dark Sky Initiative. Any of you guys who've ever been around wind farms, you see those big.
Time. Thank you, Representative. Anyone would like to speak in opposition? 1 minute. Representative Larson, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd encourage a no vote on this. This is just adding more duplicity in regulatory issues on development on state lands and any other lands. Really, we have the Industrial Siting Act. The Industrial Siting Act is set at a high bar, but it requires wind and solar. They're not, they have to appear before the Industrial Siting Council where they are required to address all of these issues and involve public involvement. I don't know why we need to do this over again.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Davis, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an issue with this. The definition of utility scale industrial project only specifies what is not included in this definition and does not define what is. This could be a catch-all from an unintentional consequences such as a compressor station on a facility, a water injection site on the facility, data centers, communications even. I mean, there's a lot of variances to this. So I'd look for a no vote on this one, please.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Campbell, 30 seconds.
The last thing this bill does is put a bonding requirement on state lands. If you can't afford to put a bond, you really shouldn't be there. The Industrial Siting Council is not an adequate bail stop. The Industrial Siting Council has never banned a project, and because of the way that it's set up, there's no consistency with them. They go and allow every state agency to enter into an individual contract with these projects, so there is no consistency. This is the voice of the people.
Thank you, Representative. Members, you're voting on House Bill 148, Land, Water, and Fiscal Integrity Act. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Alaman, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Byler, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin, Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote, vote closed. 36 aye, 24 no, 2 excused.
Having failed to receive the affirmative vote of 2/3 of elected members of the House, House Bill 148 has failed introduction. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 150. Reading clerk.
House Bill 150, sponsored by Representative Geringer.
First reading of the bill.
Wyoming Business Council Evaluation and Reform.
Representative Geringer, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 150 and ask for your favorable consideration. We had a lot of discussion about the Business Council. Everybody's heard issues that there are with the current program. Are the expenditures a proper use of taxpayer dollars? Are the programs they manage something that government really should take a role in? Is the return on investment beneficial? Are they providing the kind of metrics that that show really the benefit to economic diversity in our state? This bill is not a defense of the status quo. It's a look at the structured transformation to evaluate and reform economic development and learn from past issues, successes, and failures. So what this bill does is adds 2 ex officio members of the legislature to the board itself so that it increases involvement. It pushes pause, no expansion on the Business Council for the next year. It requires the Business Council to report on grants, loans, contracts, programs, and return on investment by April 30th. It establishes a task force, members of the legislature appointed by leadership, leaders in business, manufacturing, ag, oil and gas, minerals, economic development, work on really the function, operation, and strategy of the Business Council and recommend potential legislation to change up the Business Council. I had a great discussion this morning about amending it to add a forensic fiscal audit to see if the funds have been used appropriately. Also, maybe changing this to a select legislative committee instead of a task force. All of this is open to discussion in committee or on second reading. So with that, I would ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you, Representative. Any member, 1 minute, opposition. Seeing none, back to the representative, 30 seconds if you shall choose. Waved it off. Members, you're voting on House Bill 150, Wyoming Business Council Evaluation and Reform. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Feiler, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote, vote closed, 60 aye, 2 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of elected members, House Bill 150 has been introduced and is assigned to Committee Number 9, Minerals. Or no, excuse me, Committee Number 2, Appropriations. Next bill for consideration, House Bill 179, reading clerk.
House Bill 179, sponsored by Representative Singh.
First reading of the bill.
Hospital pricing transparency.
Representative Singh, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 178 for introduction and I ask for your favorable consideration. 179.
179. Did I say the wrong one?
179, and ask for your favorable consideration. House Bill 179 requires Wyoming hospitals to publicly post their standard charges for medical items and services in a clear and accessible format. that includes a comprehensive machine-readable file of all standard charges and a consumer-friendly display of shoppable services so patients can see pricing in advance. The bill directs the Department of Health to oversee compliance, adopt rules as necessary, and enforce the requirements. If a hospital fails to comply, the department may impose penalties. It also requires transparency around prescription drug pricing within the hospital setting and establishes reporting requirements to ensure ongoing oversight. Additionally, it restricts certain collection actions tied to noncompliance with the transparency requirements. Functionally, the bill creates a state-level enforcement structure around hospital pricing posting, sets clear disclosure standards, and provides consequence if those standards are not met. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone speak in opposition? Representative Yin, 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So members, there's a question for the bringer of the bill. There's a same but different piece of legislation on the chamber on the other side. It seems distinctly different, but the title is very similar. It's about price transparency. I guess, let's say we both pass them and they cross over. Are you going to work with the bringer on the other side to figure out how we do this? Or are we going to do them at the same time, or should we just wait for their bill to come over?
Thank you, Representative. Representative Clausen, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too speak against this. I want to thank the representative for bringing this. This is an important topic. The only difference is this includes 340B, which is the pharmacy part. It's a federal program. We have to respond quickly to all the Medicare changes. My suggestion at this point is that we work with the bill on the other side, which doesn't have the 340B, and we bring everybody together this summer to study the implications of the pharmacy side. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Singh, 30 seconds, rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 340B aspect of this bill is a critical component of it. And in my opinion, it makes this overall bill, it's a consumer protection bill. And so this is an opportunity for us to enforce stronger consumer protection standards in the state of Wyoming.
Thank you, Representative. Members, you are voting on House Bill 179, Hospital Pricing Transparency. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks,
Excused.
Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Plouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storr, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker.
Aye.
Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 31 aye, 29 no, 2 excused.
Having failed to receive an affirmative vote of 2/3 elected members, House Bill 179 has failed introduction. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 160. Read, Clerk.
House Bill 160, sponsored by Representative Singh.
First reading of the bill.
Digital Taxonomy Act.
Representative Singh, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 160, and for introduction, I ask for your favorable consideration. House Bill 160 updates Wyoming law to clearly define how certain digital assets are treated in court. A distributed ledger is simply a shared digital record that exists across many computers instead of one central database. Many modern digital assets are recorded this way. The bill creates 2 legal definitions. One is for the digital asset as it exists on that shared record system. The other is for the transferable unit within that system called a sealed token. It requires courts to analyze these assets from multiple legal angles at the same time, including property law, commercial law, and jurisdiction. Instead of forcing a new technology into old categories, the bill gives courts clear instructions on how to apply Wyoming law when disputes arise. It does not create a new agency or new penalties. It functions as a rule of interpretation for courts. This matters for justice and property rights because unclear definitions create uncertainty about ownership. Clear classifications protect property, reduce litigation confusion, and ensure consistent rulings. Wyoming has led the nation in digital asset law for nearly a decade. This bill continues that tradition by refining and strengthening the legal framework so our courts remain clear, consistent, and ahead of the curve. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone like to speak against this piece of legislation? 1 minute. Representative Nicholas, 1 minute, please, sir.
So I just have a question for the bringer. Where does this come from? Who drafted it? Is it part of the uniform laws and has been adopted by anybody else? Can you tell us about this draft?
Thank you, Representative. Any others? We have one more 1 minute objection. Seeing no one, back to the bringer, 30 seconds. Representative Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This actually comes from years of effort from the Select Committee on Blockchain, Financial Technology, and Digital Innovation Technology. We should work on that so it rolls off the tongue. But this is something that the Select Group on digital identifiers has been working on for years, well before I was even involved. And so this is the culmination of that work.
Thank you. Representatives, you are voting on House Bill 160, Digital Taxonomy Act. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Byler, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
Aye.
are there any changes? Connolly, no to aye. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 50 aye, 11 no, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 160 has been introduced and will be assigned to Committee Number 9, Minerals. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 157. Reading clerk.
House Bill 157, sponsored by Representative McCann.
First reading of the bill.
Protection of parental rights, cause of action.
Representative McCann, 2 minutes. Have to turn your mic on. Thank you, Representative. One more time. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 157 and ask for your favorable consideration. House Bill 157, an act relating to parental rights, providing a civil cause of action for infringement of parental rights, creating an exception to government immunity, waiving governmental claims, notice requirements, and providing an effective date. Wyoming has long recognized that parents are the primary decision makers in their children's lives. Our statutes say that clearly, but today, when a government entity violates those rights, parents often have no clear, practical way to enforce them. This bill is about closing that gap carefully and responsibly. It creates a narrow cause of action when the state or political subdivision infringes on existing parental rights. It does not create new rights, and it does not expose the state to runaway damages. The remedies are limited, corrective, declaratory, and injunctive relief, so unlawful conduct can be stopped and corrected. This is a pro-family, pro-accountability bill. Good actors have nothing to fear. Agencies that respect parental rights will have never see a lawsuit. If we say parental rights matter, then the law should provide a real workable way to protect them. This bill does exactly that and nothing more. I ask for your support to allow this bill to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Yin, 1 minute in opposition.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So members, if, for example, I think that there might be bills during the session that I believe violate parental rights. If I believe they violate parental rights and the agency has to either decide whether it's enacting the bill, the statute that we tell them to do, or they're violating parental rights, do I get to sue them? And if I get to sue them because of something that we said, what does that look like? And are we going to put agencies in a hard place is basically my question.
Thank you, Representative. Any others for their 1 minute? Representative Provenzo, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is going to have a chilling effect on anyone trying to intervene with parents who are abusing their children. We have already stripped many rights away from children, and we have made it fearful for people to intervene when they are seeing that something is going on. So we can continue down this path if we are okay with people being afraid to report child abuse. That's what this bill does.
Thank you, Representative. Representative McCann, 30 seconds, rebuttal.
A right cannot be enforced. A right that cannot be enforced is not a right. It's just words on paper. This bill doesn't create new rights or expands damages. It simply ensures that when existing parental rights are violated, families have a clear and workable way to seek relief. The scope is narrow, the remedies are limited, and the goal is accountability. I ask for your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Body, you are voting on House Bill 157, Protection of Parental Rights, Cause of Action. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Elliman, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Byler, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Harrelson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Osserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
Aye.
are there any changes? Johnson, no to aye. Campbell Elisa, no to aye. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 51 aye, 10 no, 1 excused.
Having received an affirmative vote of 2/3 elected members, House Bill 157 has passed introduction and will be assigned to number 4 committee, Education. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 178. Reading clerk.
House Bill 178, sponsored by Representative Williams.
First reading the bill.
Public Unions, Transparency and Dues Withdrawal Limitations.
Representative Williams, 2 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 178 and ask for your favorable consideration. House Bill 178, Public Unions, Transparency and Dues, Withdrawal Limitations, protects individual choice and worker freedom. The bill ensures public employees maintain full control over their own earnings and voluntary associations. It prevents the state from automatically collecting dues or political contributions on behalf of unions. It's important to note that this legislation does not prevent or stop anyone from voluntary association. If a public employee wants to join a union, they're fully capable of doing so. The only difference, if this bill is enacted, is that the state will not be involved in that transaction in any way. Thank you, Representative. Anyone want to speak in opposition? 1 minute, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to urge a no vote. And the only reason is the second portion of this bill. It says that the government is not going to be involved until they're involved when it comes to the reporting requirements of these labor organizations. There's a lot of reporting requirements in this bill that's getting government involved in private organizations. So, the intent behind the bill is good, but not so sure that I like the government getting involved with these private organizations.
Representative Harshman, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Really, in Wyoming, we don't have any public unions. I mean, to be really clear about that, we're a right-to-work state. We have associations, much like those who raise cattle and sheep, those kind of things. There are associations, but the government has to have permission to do this. It's not like they're just automatically doing it. I just want us to be really clear about that. The employee has said, yes, please take this out. Just
Time.
take
Thank
this
you.
out for my 457.
Representative Williams, you've got 30 seconds in rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 178 ensures worker freedom. Public employees should not be forced to financially support political causes or organizations without voluntary consent. Please vote aye.
Thank you, Representative. Body, you are voting on House Bill 178, Public Unions, Transparency and Dues Withdrawal Limitations. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Allemande, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, repeat, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Feiler, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excuse, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strzok, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
Aye.
are there any changes? Jarvis, aye. To no further changes. Connolly, no. To aye, further changes. Lean, no. To aye, further changes. Jarvis, no. To aye, further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 44 aye, 17 no, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of elected members of the House, House Bill 178 has been introduced and is assigned to Committee Number 4, Education. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 159.
House Bill 159, sponsored by Representative Lean,
First reading of the bill.
safeguarding personal expression at K through 12 schools.
Representative Lean, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 59 and ask for your favorable consideration. This bill protects and clarifies the First Amendment rights that students already have under the Constitution. It ensures that no matter which administration, friendly or hostile, is in charge, all students are protected. Schools can teach civics in a more effective manner when they respect and model constitutional principles and not only teach from a textbook. No student should fear punishment for respectively expressing what they believe. Students who engage in civil discourse become better citizens, leaders, and community members. Allowing respectful expressions teaches citizens critical thinking, civil discourse, skills both parties are eager to engage in. This does not prevent school officials from determining that it can permit vulgar or lewd speech, and it does not mean that schools cannot stop threats, bullying, or harassment. Think of this as belts and suspenders for the First Amendment for our K through 12 kids. I ask for your aye vote.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone like to speak against this? Representative Harshman, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just questions on 3 and 4 and particularly like Roman 2 expressing ideological viewpoints, artwork presentations, and then you flip over to page 4, wearing clothing, accessories, or jewelry that display ideological messages. Let's tell you, one year I had a kid come in with a swastika, and our freedom of speech has limitations. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. And I think I know where you're going with this, but I think you got to be careful. There's unintended consequences too. And so, I don't know, this thing is wide open, and I think there'll be things that maybe we don't want to. Does that mean the litter box in the bathroom can form a school group? Be careful. This thing is wide open, and I know that's not your intent. I think I know the intent, but this is not written that well. Thank you.
Representative Washut, 1 minute. Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not really in opposition, but more of a question on this. The Constitution is more powerful than statutory law. So why are we using statutory law to bolster constitutional protection? If you could answer that.
Thank you, Representative. 30 seconds. Representative Lean, rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To answer the question, in my district, I had an individual who was up against school administration on if she could run a particular group when there was other groups within that school district that were clearly of the separate and very opposite ideological views. And so this would give all school districts a reminder that children don't shed their constitutional rights at the door.
Thank you, Representative. Members, you are voting on House Bill 159, safeguarding personal expression at K-12 schools. Chief Clerk, please read the roll. Call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks,
Excused.
Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
Aye.
are there any changes? Banks excused to aye. Further changes? Clouston, no to aye. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 46 aye, 15 no, 1 excused.
Having received an affirmative vote of 2/3 elected members, House Bill number 159 has been introduced and is assigned to committee number 4, Education. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 186. Reading clerk.
House Bill 186, sponsored by Representative Ottman.
First reading of the bill.
Baby Olivia Act requiring human development education.
Representative Ottman, 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I move House Bill 186 and ask for your favorable consideration. House Bill 186 introduces a medically accurate animated glimpse of human life from the moment of fertilization. This video details growth from one developmental stage to the next in preparation for continuing life outside of the womb. This computer animated video was created in collaboration with a panel of 6 medical doctors, including experts in embryonic and fetal development. Each one endorses the project. The developmental facts shared are sourced from a nonprofit organization dedicated to improving health, science, education, and public health. The organization's website states that it is committed to neutrality regarding all controversial bioethical issues. Their common goal is improving lifelong health through prenatal development-based education. One certified OBGYN said this 3-minute video is a spectacular and medical portrayal and draws back the curtain on the womb, giving us a realistic glimpse of the baby within. She says, "I wish I had had this available for my patients." This especially well-done video was originally designed for public schools and pregnancy centers. A well-developed and designed program for use in science health study is much needed and difficult to find. Often a handout is used, sometimes a plastic handheld developing stage model is used, and recently it was shared that 8th graders' health science class passed around a jar that contained a formed fetus. The sample was over 14 years old, found in a closet, and was the result of a miscarriage. This well-done age-appropriate video is a perfect opportunity to show the detail and scientific accuracy of the developing child throughout all stages with line-by-line
Time.
corroboration.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Campbell, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr.
Objection.
Speaker. To be consistent, I will be voting in opposition to this. You'll recall yesterday, we had several conversations about dictating curriculum to the schools, whether it was about suicide prevention and the consensus was it is not the job of the legislature to dictate what curriculum is in the schools. So I will be voting no.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Provenza, 1 minute opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just don't understand how we're going to show videos of human development when we have banned any conversation about sex in schools. We can't have conversations about how babies are made, but I'm supposed to say that the school district should mandate a video on human development? That doesn't make any sense to me, because a bunch of kids now are going to wonder, well, how was baby Olivia made? Magic.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Ottman, 30 seconds in rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And number one, it goes from the very beginning, from the sperm and the egg. This is for a biology health class and steps out through. This 3-minute computer animated, medically accurate video is designed to show the development of a fetus using motion capture of real human development. It is needed in these biology and health classes. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Members, you are voting on House Bill 186, Baby Olivia Act requiring human development education. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Halleman, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clauston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Fornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, repeat, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Erickson, no to aye. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 39 aye, 20 no, 3 excused.
Having failed to receive an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members of the House, House Bill 186 has failed introduction. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 187. Reading clerk.
House Bill 187, sponsored by Representative Weber.
First reading of the bill.
Political parties, county central committees, 2.
Representative Weber, 2 minutes.
Thank you. I move House Bill 187 for your favorable consideration. Political parties, county central committees. This act concerns Title 22, our election code. In Wyoming, our major and minor parties must follow the Title 22 for the election of county central committeemen and committeewomen. We have been following this practice in this statute for years. Major and minor parties also have been appointing members as they have moved out of the area or not able to serve. Appointing members is why we need this bill. Appointing members is not in Title 22. Major and minor parties have been appointing central committee members, and this protects both major and minor parties. This bill will protect and correct this in Title 22 for us. The bill has no financial impact and will be effective on July of 2026. So I have to ask, and maybe you would want to think about this too, in your precinct and district, what would that look like for you? How will your neighbors and friends be represented? Precinct committeemen and women provide a great service in our Republican Party, in our major and minor parties. They are the closest to the people. Each precinct represents hundreds of voters. What would this look like in your county? Some duties that these people, if they were appointed and not allowed, they wouldn't be able to make a motion, second the motion, or debate or discuss anything. Major and minor parties have the right to assemble in the way that we choose. Thank you. I encourage and I vote.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Yin, 1 minute, opposition.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So members, this is, it is different than the bill that died across the hall. But the biggest issue is the same issue in the bill that died across the hall, which is it creates a new voting member, the county party officers. And so the county party officers, right now, I think both sides have 4 in the major parties. But in the bylaws, you could define as many as you want. So it basically gives an out for a county party to add new voting members into the central committee that are not elected precinct officers. So elected precinct officers have to be elected by their voters. This one allows county party officers who don't have to be precinct officers now be voting members of the county central party. So that's the biggest issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Any others? We have 1 more minute for opposition. Seeing none, Representative Riggins, are you heading there? Okay, Representative Riggins, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, I'm just kind of get my head clear around this on the bylaws because a lot of central committees have appointed members from board captains and all kinds of manner of stuff. So I was just trying to get this clear. Do all those have to be elected positions and never no appointed positions? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Weber, 30 seconds rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Title 22, it is pretty clear that all our members, our county committeemen and women would be up by election. In the event somebody is unable to serve their 2-year term, the major and minor parties both have appointed members to keep our neighbors and friends represented within the county parties. I encourage and I vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Point of order. Point of order.
Mr. Chairman, it's after 6 p.m. and according to Rule 13-2B, no introductions can take place after 6 p.m. on the 5th day.
Thank you, Representative. But just from my perspective as Speaker, I will move that this bill was introduced prior to that time, and we will complete this bill, and there will be no more bills introduced. That we have to have a bill that is being introduced after 6 p.m. This bill was clearly introduced prior to 6 p.m. Chief Clerk, please call the roll on House Bill, unless somebody wants to debate that. I don't want to not give you a chance. Yes, Mr. President, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I believe the rule says that no bill shall be considered for introduction. So it's your judgment, I suppose, whether it's being considered at the time of the vote or whether it's being considered when it first begins the discussion.
I will say that, thank you, Representative. I will say that a bill being considered would be a bill that was brought up and established by the representative and will bring it to the point where it would be able to be considered. This was done prior to 6 p.m. So I will continue to maintain that this bill is proper. It is within the boundaries of the rules. And so unless there's other discussion, seeing none, Chief Clerk, please call the roll on House Bill 187, Political Parties, County Central Committees 2.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Plouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Hornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excuse, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey,
Excused.
Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin, Nyman,
Aye.
or excuse me, Mr. Speaker. Are there any changes? Are there any changes?
Just don't call me late for dinner. That's all I ask.
Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 39 aye, 21 no, 2 excused.
Having failed to receive an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 187 has failed introduction. Okay, members, that is it for bills that we will be introducing this session. We will move on to our bills on third reading consent list. So I will need my good majority floor leader. We are at that order of business of bills on third reading and final passage. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move the following third reading consent list consisting of the following bills. House Bill 3, House Bill 4, 5, 8, 9, 32, 34, 35, 36, 45, 85, 86, 105, 106, and House Joint Resolution 2.
So. Okay, we have found that the bill number 3 has amendments. And House Bill 6 has amendments. 36, excuse me. 36, 107, and 3. Okay, so we're good on this. Should be good. Does any member like to remove any of these bills from the consent list? Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe that's House Bill number 86. Removal of elected officials.
Okay, 86 will be removed from the consent list. Any other bills? Removed from the consent list. Seeing none. Okay. Will the reading clerk please read the bills from the consent list?
House Bill 4, sponsored by Labor, Birthing Centers, Medicaid Coverage, an act relating to medical assistance and services being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming. House Bill 5, sponsored by Minerals, Oil and Gas Bonding Pool, Investments and Earnings, an act relating to oil and gas being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming. House Bill 8, sponsored by Judiciary, Stalking of Minors, an act relating to crimes and offenses being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming. House Bill 9, sponsored by Judiciary, Grooming of Children, Offenses and Amendments, an act relating to crimes and offenses being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming. House Bill 32, sponsored by Transportation, English Proficiency, Commercial Motor Vehicle Drivers, being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming. House Bill 34, sponsored by Appropriations, Firefighters Retirement Plans, an act relating to compensation and benefits, being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming. House Bill 35, sponsored by Appropriations, Firefighters Paid Leave and Hazard Pay, an act relating to the Office of State Lands and Investments, being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming. House Bill 45, sponsored by Revenue, Long-Term Homeowner Tax Exemption Revisions, an act relating to taxation, being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming. House Bill 85, sponsored by Management Audit, Post-Election Audit Procedures, an act relating to elections, being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming. House Bill 105, sponsored by Appropriations, K-12 School Facilities Appropriations 2, an act relating to school buildings and facilities, being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming. House Bill 106, sponsored by Appropriations, Smoke Buster Module Leaders, an act relating to the State Forester, being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming. House Resolution 2, sponsored by Select Federal Natural Resource Management, Federal Mineral Royalties, State Share, a joint resolution requesting Congress to introduce a bill and enact a law to increase the State of Wyoming share of federal mineral royalties from 50% to 87% and 1/2%, being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming.
Thank you, reading clerk. Having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall these bills pass the House? Chief Clerk, will please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clauston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez-Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused. As for House Bill 4, are there any changes? Allemand, aye to no, further changes. Heft, aye to no, further changes. Brady, aye to no, further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 58 aye, 3 no, 1 excused. As for House Bill 5, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused. As for House Bill 8, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused. As for House Bill 9, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused. As for House Bill 32, are there any changes? Andrew, aye to no. Provenza, aye to no. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 59 aye, 2 no, 1 excused. As for House Bill 34, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused. As for House Bill 35, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused. As for House Bill 45, are there any changes? Provenza, aye to no. Chestick, aye to no. Storer, conflict to conflict. Lawley, aye to no. Sherwood, aye to no. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 56 aye, 4 no, 1 conflict, 1 excused. As for House Bill 85, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Chestick, aye to no. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 60 aye, 1 no, 1 excused. As for House Bill 105, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused. As for House Bill 106, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused. As for House Joint 2, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, House Bills number 4, 5, 8, 9, 32, 34, 35, 45, 85, 105, 106, and House Joint Resolution number 2 have passed the House. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the regular list.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Yen.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 7-3, absent objection, I move to lay back House Bill 3, House Bill 36, and House Bill 107 one additional day.
Objection.
So, Mr. Speaker, it's absent objection of the majority of the chamber.
This will be a vote. So, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard the motion. Any discussion? Okay, Representative Lean. Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if you could repeat the bills that you were looking to pull.
This is your third reading regular list. We had one bill, number 86, that was pulled. Also, this will be in consideration of House Bill number 3, House Bill number 36, and House Bill number 107.
Mr. Speaker, those are all the bills with amendments on them tonight.
Yep. All the bills that have amendments would be on regular consent or regular list, third reading. So any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor of the motion made by Representative Yen to set back one day, third reading regular list? All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The motion has passed. Division being called. All those in favor, please rise. Yeah. So let's close. Okay, you may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. You may be seated. The motion has been adopted, 30 to 28. 28. So with that in mind, then we will be moving those third reading regular list to hopefully Monday. So next on our agenda, standing committee reports. Okay, here, ladies and gentlemen, do you want to continue on then and do some general file? You're done for the night. Representative Filer.
Point of order there,
Yep.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, go ahead.
I believe we still have House Bill 86 that didn't have amendments and that wasn't on that. So I think we still have to
Okay, we
work that.
could, yeah, we could, unless there was. Yep, we could do it. Yep, I will. We can certainly do that. The only ones that we would have would be the two committee bills or the two bills with amendments. So we will do regular roll on the Bill that was set back by Representative Regan's, House Bill number 86. Let's see, one more time here, excuse me. Okay, then we are at that order of business with bills on third reading and final passage. The first bill for our consideration is House Bill 86. Reading clerk.
House Bill 86, sponsored by Management Audit, removal of county officers, election code violations, an act relating to county officers being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
Okay, is there any discussion on the bill? Representative Riggins.
Mr. Speaker, I will forever regret misreading the title of that bill and heartily endorse it.
Okie dokie. All right. Well, yeah. You threw me off now again. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are House Bill number 86, having been read 3 separate times. The question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown, Gary, Brown, Landon, Byron, Campbell, Elisa, Campbell, Kevin, Chestick, Clauston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Hornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excuse, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, repeat, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 56 aye, 4 no, 2 excused.
House Bill 86, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, House Bill 86 has passed the House. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, moving on. Do we have any messages from the Senate?
Hang on,
Okay.
and then we'll do them.
This on my list, it says the messages from the Senate. Reading clerk.
Message 104. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 7, theft amendments. Ayes 31. Message 105. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 10, contracts for holding and treating mentally ill detainees. Ayes 31. Message 106. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 18, attendance of students in K through 12 schools. Ayes 31. Message 107. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 31, Uniform Mortgage Modification Act. Ayes 31. Sincerely, Ellen Thompson, Senate Chief Clerk.
Thank you, Representative. Reading clerk. Okay, and I have one other announcement here. We on House Bill 178, we're going to refer that one back to committee number 6, TRW. So Representative Williams, your bill is going to committee number 6, TRW. Okay. Standing committee reports.
House Bill 2, sponsored by Representative Filer. Fast Track Permits Act, an act relating to city, county, state, and local powers. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 9, Minerals, Business, and Economic Development, to whom is referred House Bill 2, Fast Track Permits Act, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Campbell, Heiner, Knapp, Larson, Lawley, Riggins, Schmid, Tarver, Weber. Representative Heiner, Chairman. House Bill 10, sponsored by Judiciary. Sexually explicit materials in libraries requirements. An act relating to libraries and education. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 1, Judiciary, to whom is referred House Bill 10, sexually explicit materials in libraries requirements. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Brady, Bratton, Lean, Singh, Washit, Webb. Noes. Representative Chestick. Excused. Representative Filer and Representative Kelly. Representative Washit, Chairman. House Bill 66, sponsored by Representative Singh. Judicial Deference Agencies, an act relating to administrative procedure. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 1, Judiciary, to whom is referred House Bill 66, Judicial Deference Agencies. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Brady, Bratton, Filer, Lean, Singh, Washit, Webb. Noes. Representative Chestick. Excused. Representative Kelly. Representative Washit, Chairman. House Bill 76, sponsored by Representative Stivar. Exception for annexation with landowner objections, repeal. An act relating to annexation. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4, Education, to whom is referred House Bill 76. Exception for annexation with landowner objections, repeal. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Andrew, Bratton, Erickson, Guggenmoss, Singh, Strock, Williams. Excused. Representatives of Kelly, Lawley. Representative Andrew, Chairman. House Bill 80, sponsored by Representative Jarvis. Identification cards, renewal for care facilities residents. An act relating to identification cards. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred House Bill 80. Identification cards, renewal for care facility residents. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Klauston, Guggenmoss, Heft, McCann, Ottman, Rodriguez-Williams, Thayer, Wasserberger, Yin. Representative Rodriguez-Williams, Chairman. House Bill 87, sponsored by Water. Omnibus Water Bill Planning, an act relating to water development projects. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 87, Omnibus Water Bill Planning. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Alaman, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Sherwood, Smith. Representative Bear, Chairman. House Bill 92, sponsored by Representative Lucas. Sexual predators prohibited from public office, an act relating to administration of the government. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom is referred House Bill 92, Sexual Predators Prohibited from Public Office. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Brown, Heft, Johnson, Knapp, Locke, Lucas, Webb, Weber, Yin. Representative Knapp, Chairman. House Bill 102, sponsored by Representative Lean, protecting kids from deep fakes and exploitive images, an act relating to crimes and offenses. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4, Education, to whom is referred House Bill 102, protecting kids from deep fakes and exploitive images. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Andrew, Bratton, Erickson, Guggenmoss, Singh, Strock, Williams. Excused, Representative Kelly and Lawley. Representative Andrew, Chairman. House Bill 115, sponsored by Representative Byron. Cardiac events in schools, planning and training, an act relating to education. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4, Education, to whom is referred House Bill 115. Cardiac events in schools, planning and training. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Andrew, Erickson, Guggenmoss, Singh, Strock, Williams. Noes. Representative Bratton. Excused, Representative Kelly and Lawley. Representative Andrew, Chairman. House Bill 130, sponsored by Representative Worf. Second Amendment Protection Act amendments, an act relating to the protection of constitutional rights. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2 appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 130, Second Amendment Protection Act amendments. Respect the report, same back to the House with a recommendation do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Alaman, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Smith. Noes, Representative Sherwood. Representative Bear, Chairman. House Bill 140, sponsored by Representative Filer. Construction inspections, qualified third parties. An act relating to cities, towns, and counties. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, corporations, elections, and political subdivisions, to whom is referred House Bill 140. Construction inspections, qualified third parties. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Heft, Knapp, Locke, Lucas, Yin. Noes, Representatives Brown, Johnson, Webb, Weber. Representative Knapp, Chairman. House Bill 144, sponsored by Representative Campbell. Fire protection districts, mill levies, amendments. An act relating to fire protection districts. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, corporations, elections, and political subdivisions, to whom is referred House Bill 144, fire protection districts, mill levies, amendments. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Brown, Heft, Johnson, Knapp, Locke, Lucas, Webb, Yin. Noes, Representative Weber. Representative Knapp, Chairman. House Resolution number 5, sponsored by Representative Washit. Law Enforcement Memorial Act, Michael A. Rosa. A joint resolution encouraging the Wyoming Peace Officers Memorial Committee to enshrine the name of Patrolman Michael A. Rosa on the Wyoming Law Enforcement Fallen Officer Memorial. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 1, Judiciary, to whom is referred House Joint 5, Law Enforcement Memorial, Michael A. Rosa. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Brady, Bratton, Chestick, Lean, Singh, Washit, Webb. Excused, Representative Filer and Kelly. Representative Singh, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Reading Clerk. Now, committee announcements. Nope. Oh, that's right. Representative Andrew, we have one re-referral for you, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to re-refer House Bill 115 to Committee Number 2 Appropriations.
Thank you, Chairman. Okay, Representative Sherwood? Yes, committee announcements, please. Representative Sherwood, number 2.
Thank you. Your very hardworking Committee Number 2 Appropriation will meet upon adjournment this evening to hear House Bill 95, Concealed Carry, House Bill 96, Carrying Concealed Weapons, House Bill 97, Second Amendment Financial Privacy Act, House Bill 141, Fifth Amendment Protection Act, House Bill 16, Secretary of State Expedited Filings, and re-referrals as assigned. And I will take your pity. Thank
Representative Washit. Judicial.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 1 will meet on Monday morning at 8 a.m. to hear 3 bills. House Bill 103, Wyoming First Amendment Protection Act, House Bill 70, Wyoming Granite Act, and House Bill 91, the ban on government social scoring with AI.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your number 2 committee appropriations will meet Monday morning at 8 a.m. Upstairs in room 301. And we will be looking at SF2, the legislative budget, and referrals as assigned.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Rodriguez-Williams, Labor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 10 will meet Monday morning at 8 a.m. We will hear House Bill 117, Stop Harm, Empower Women with Informal Notices, and House Bill 126, Human Heartbeat Act.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Locke. Chairman Locke. Okay, Chairman Heiner, number 9, Minerals.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I do my committee announcements, I want to give you a report how we've done this past week. I've been keeping a running total in my head for the past 5 days. We've had a total of 200 bills that were drafted and numbered. And of those, we have introduced 89. 59 have failed. and we left 52 on the table. So we did pretty good. Congratulations. We did a lot of work in this past week. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 9 will meet on Monday at 8 o'clock in the room that has pictures of your ranch, the Belfouche room. And we will deal with 3 bills, House Bill 120, House Bill 43, and House Bill 128.
Thank you, Representative. Any other announcements? Okay, well, I guess that clears the deck. I will look for a motion from a good majority floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House adjourn until Monday, February 16th at 10 a.m.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The motion carries. We will see you back here Monday morning at 10 a.m. For all of you traveling home, I pray that you will have safe travels to and from and be able to enjoy your home with your families. And we will see you back here to continue our work.